If everyone could please come in and take a seat, we want to get started on time.
I believe we're going to get more chairs, so in a few minutes, hopefully. And there are a few seats over here for people that are standing.
Okay, on the dot, we're going to start. Welcome to the fall edition of BPEA. We're very excited about the program and to see so many participants in person. There are some online, so please remember that the session is live streamed and recording, so it'll be available on YouTube, and then we'll have some remote participants coming in on Zoom. Before we formally get started, let me introduce Ben Harris, who's Vice President and Director of Brookings Economic Studies program.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Jan said, my name is Ben Harris. I'm the Vice President and Director of Economic Studies here at Brookings. Just briefly, I wanted to thank everyone and welcome you to our fall 2024 BPEA Conference. Let me especially thank the editors, Jan and John, for assembling a truly terrific program here today and tomorrow. I would also like to thank generous supporters who make the BPEA Conference and Journal possible: the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, General Motors Company, the National Science Foundation, and State Farm Mutual Automobile Insurance Company. Thank you so much for your support. We also thank Dina Axelrod Perry for establishing the George L. Perry and William C. Brainerd BPEA Chair, and Jason Cummings and Brevin Howard Research Services for generously supporting BPEA's mission and activities. Thank you so much. I turn it back over to Jan.
Thanks, Ben. So we'll begin today with a symposium on the Fed's monetary policy framework review. We have 3 papers, so we'll go through the 3 papers and then open for questions and discussion. I want to ask the presenters to please use the podium mic or have a lav mic. Since we have an online audience, we need microphones for everyone. And then when we open for questions, please be sure you have the handheld mic. The first paper is Challenges Around the Fed's Monetary Policy Framework and Its Implementation by Bill English and Brian Sack.
Great, thank you. It's an honor, privilege to be here to talk about the Fed's framework, some of the challenges it faced, both with the framework itself and its implementation. I'm Brian Sack from Balyasny Asset Management. As mentioned, this is joint work with Bill English from Yale School of Management. We're both also ex-Fed guys, so we have that perspective as well. Okay, so the Fed's framework review was launched in 2018. And really was, quite an extensive effort. Involved a lot of reach out to communities, a lot of academic research, and a lot of work from the Fed staff putting it together. The results of the review were announced in August 2020 at Jackson Hole by Chair Powell, and with most of the content presented in a revised statement of longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy released at the time. And then, of course, this framework was thrown immediately into the fire in terms of implementation because we were in the post-COVID economy, we were at the zero bound, inflation was low, the economy was weak, so we really saw the implementation of this framework immediately beginning in the September 2020 meeting. I'm not going to spend much time on context because I think everyone's pretty familiar with this and just in the interest of time. But big picture, the context was that estimates of the neutral real policy rate had been declining for some time, had reached particularly low levels by 2019. And so that had really put the effective lower bound, the ELB, front and center in policy discussions. And of course, the concern was policymakers wouldn't be able to generate enough accommodation to bring inflation up to the central bank's mandates. And if you looked at survey measures of inflation distributions at the time, you're starting to see some reasonable mass building up at levels below the central bank target. And that was the concern, is that expectations would fall, this would get embedded in inflation, and this would present a meaningful policy challenge. It had presented a meaningful policy challenge. So that's what led to the new framework. Now, what were the components of the new framework? There were two primary changes in that framework statement from 2020. One was a focus on shortfalls from maximum employment. This took the place of the previous statement referring to deviations from full employment. So really just a shift of the policy focus towards a more asymmetric focus in terms of the labor market. The other change was the adoption of flexible average inflation targeting, or FATE, in which the FOMC said that it judges that following periods when inflation was running persistently below 2%, it would seek to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. So this is an inflation makeup strategy. It's very familiar to many researchers in this room. It works very well in the models, and it was actually put into practice. But it was put into practice in a very flexible way. There was no specification of the degree of overshooting, no hard-coded rules. It was meant to be flexible, hence the F in FATE. In terms of implementation, the implementation fell to two primary policy tools, the same two tools that have been used since the global financial crisis. One, guidance on the short rate, and two, large-scale asset purchases. And both of these were used quite aggressively after the framework was put in place and in that post-COVID environment. So in terms of the policy guidance, in the September 2020 FOMC statement, it said that it expected to keep the federal funds rate at the ELB until inflation had moved above 2% and was expected to remain above 2%, and the labor market had reached full employment. And that it was an and condition, which I'm going to come back to, that was very important. On the large-scale asset purchases, the FOMC, by the time the framework came out, was well into a very large QE program, and at that time was buying $120 billion of treasuries and mortgages every month, and it continued that program. It continued net purchases until March 2022. So in the end, this was a very large program, something on the order of $4.5 trillion. So these were the same tools that had been used previously, but they were used, quite aggressively. Okay, so our own view of the framework, now getting into our assessment. Well, at a very high level, we basically make 2 points. One is the Fed's new policy framework was aimed too narrowly at the specific set of economic circumstances that it faced at the time, right? The framework is designed for an environment where inflation was too low, inflation expectations were showing some downside fragility, the Phillips curve was very flat, growth was somewhat sluggish relative to what was expected. So in that environment led to these framework changes, but we think a framework probably should be more robust to a wide set of economic situations. The second broad comment is that the implementation of the framework, the use of those two tools, also had some shortcomings, and we would argue really needed more careful calibration and communication by the FOMC. So I'm going to run through those. So first, beginning with the framework itself, we argue, focusing just on shortfalls in the labor market can really hamper effective preemptive monetary policy. Now, there's a bit of ambiguity in parts of the documents and part of the discussion about whether this focus on shortfalls applies to the Fed's objective function or the Fed's policy reaction function. But I think when you read through the documents and listen to the communications from the FOMC at the time, it's quite clear in the end that it's really about the reaction function. So the framework statement itself says that the committee's policy decisions need to be informed by assessments of shortfalls. And Chair Powell was, very clear in 2021 when he said, this means we just won't tighten in response to a strong labor market. So this focus on shortfalls was really about the policy reaction function. And we don't go into this in great detail in the paper, but I think it's intuitive to most people, is that not responding to actual or expected labor market tightness certainly can be problematic in some situations. So maybe it made sense in an environment where the Phillips curve was very flat, when inflation was low, and you could probe the boundaries of full employment. But in other situations, if inflation expectations are less anchored, or if the Phillips curve is steeper, it's probably not a good idea. We generally believe effective monetary policy has to be forward-looking. There's research addressing this directly in terms of Mike Kiley's recent research showing that you can get poor economic performances by limiting that response to tight labor markets. So I do think this was probably a mistake that was in terms of being geared too much towards that one economic environment. The other major change in the framework, the focus on average inflation targeting, this one I would say less so a problematic mistake, but I think there can be questions about just how effective this is. And in particular, how effective it is to insert this average in inflation targeting versus just what we would consider to be flexible inflation targeting. So basically, it's generally very difficult, in my view, to really influence private sector expectations through a stated intention of the central bank in terms of this overshooting commitment. And what makes it hard to do, I believe, is this flexibility part of it. The FOMC rightly wanted to retain flexibility and not commit to a size of the overshooting, but I think that diminishes the power of that framework in terms of convincing private agents and market participants about the degree of overshooting. And one thing I find remarkable is, even if we look in September 2020 when the framework was released, and we look at the SEP forecast made at the time, that's the red line here, they didn't show any overshooting. So they showed basically a steady trend of inflation back to the objective. Now, I think you could argue, well, it's because of the 3-year horizon, the overshooting was going to come later. But the point I wanted to make is, given you've had this flexibility, and then even in the actual specific forecast, the FOMC didn't show any overshooting. So I think it's very hard for private agents to figure out, what this framework means and how to build that into their expectations. It's kind of remarkable there's no communication about the size of the overshooting. Then, of course, we got the inflation. If we roll that forecast forward a year, we get the gray line, and we have a lot of inflation. But as the chair said, that inflation has nothing to do with the framework, or wasn't the intention of the framework. And at that point, the framework is inoperative. It doesn't speak to what's done. In fact, at that point, you just kind of revert to regular inflation targeting. So this episode just makes me wonder how much we were gaining with the A in fate. Okay, so turning to implementation, let me start with policy guidance. And clearly, good policy guidance tends to be conditioned on economic outcomes. I do think that's best practice, and that has worked well in some circumstances. But the guidance put in place in 2020 had a few issues, and that I want to talk about. So that's what I show in the right chart here. This is the unemployment rate plotted against the inflation rate. And what we've drawn is a zone in gray of no liftoff, according to the guidance. And so here we come back to that and condition. So because this guidance required unemployment to fall below U star and inflation to move above pi star, you had this gray area of no liftoff with this kind of wraparound shape. And that wraparound shape actually is what proved to be problematic. So the dots there show realizations of these two variables over time, beginning in September 2020 when it was announced. At that point, we're well into the no liftoff zone, and the FOMC is expecting that we're going to move down to that corner point, and that would be a nice liftoff place. But instead, what happens is we move dramatically to the right as we move down. And so we were getting a lot of inflation, but we had not met the full employment condition for liftoff, and so the committee was sitting there at the ELB. And the issue here is, as you move down and to the right in this chart, you're moving towards larger and larger deviations from a standard monetary policy rule. And the way this guidance was structured really put no limit on how far that deviation could go. What's interesting to me is to contrast that to 2012, when the committee also used state-based guidance with a lot of contribution from then Chicago Fed President Evans. And that guidance really had an or condition. It said we won't lift off until the unemployment rate gets below 6.5% as long as inflation prospects are below 2.5%. So that guidance had a totally different design to the no liftoff zone, one that actually did impose a minimum on how far down to the right, how far that policy deviation could be. That guidance worked, quite well. And another way to see this is to look at the actual deviation from the Fed's balanced approach rule. When the 2012 guidance was met, we were, moderately below the rule. And I think good guidance can do this. You don't want to just communicate you're following a standard rule. You may want to communicate you're doing something more aggressive and you want to deviate. But the point is you want to put a limit on how big that deviation can be. 2012 did that. 2020 did not. And in the event, we ended up with a liftoff about 800 basis points below that policy rule. Okay, let me now turn to QE. And I think our general message on QE would be if it's going to be used as a regular policy instrument in these circumstances, then we really should hold it to some of the same standards, or maybe nearly the same standards that we hold the primary policy instrument to. And by that I mean effective calibration and effective communication. So we think QE could be calibrated more carefully. QE4 was a very large program, total 15% of GDP in terms of 10-year equivalents. And that just adds up to a meaningful amount of policy accommodation. I know that mapping from the balance sheet to Fed funds equivalents is very tenuous, empirically and in practice and in concept perhaps, but it's at least a reasonable starting point for benchmarking this. And I think if you look at the literature estimates, you would think that this balance sheet would have been worth 2 or 3 percentage points of additional funds rate easing. And our point would be that it would be surprising if an effective policy rule was actually calling for that much accommodation by the time we got into the second half of 2021 and early 2022. The balanced approach rule we just saw on the previous slide actually was moving into positive territory by Q2 of 2021. So already this additional accommodation wasn't warranted by that rule. And it was just too much. So I think the calibration of QE4 was off, and the program went on for too long. In addition, the Fed was buying mortgages at a time when the housing market was really doing exceptionally well, or was overheating, I should say. In terms of communication, the FOMC did give guidance on asset purchases, but it was vague in nature. It was based on substantial further progress to the goals. If you read through all the speeches, there wasn't much additional clarification beyond that. It's not in the SEP, so you kind of lose that quantification of that tool. So our point here is that it's pretty hard to look at that communication and really figure out what the QE reaction function looks like. Again, if we're going to use QE, we might as well hold it to a higher standard of communicating more crisply and completely about that policy rule. And then one last point on communications. I think the FOMC has generally left too much ambiguity in the purpose of communications between market functioning and QE. There's a result in the paper. One reason to make that distinction is the structure of QE would actually look different in those two purposes. And I think that actually affected, led QE4 to a structure that was probably too short in maturity, because that's where the market functioning problems were. But by the time we transitioned to general QE, we didn't shift it out to longer maturities the way QE3 had. So I know I'm just over, so this is my last slide. Just summing up with our suggested changes, we think the framework should be more constitutional. It should apply to a variety of circumstances. It should highlight principles of monetary policy that we think are robust, which are use your tools aggressively, make sure expectations are anchored at target. But the more specific changes, particularly the shortfalls change, I think doesn't belong in that sort of constitutional document. Improve the implementation of the framework in the directions I talked about, better communication, better calibration. And with those steps, essentially the framework review then becomes not a process of, hey, let's change the framework every 5 years. The framework should have more staying power. The framework review becomes an opportunity to evaluate how it was implemented, what worked, what decisions were made, why they were made, what was good or bad. So it's much more about implementation than the framework itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. The next speaker is Charlie Evans on considerations for a post-pandemic monetary policy framework.
Okay, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. I suppose my contrarian position today is to argue that the Fed's 2020 long-run strategic framework remains a sturdy foundation for policymaking over the next many years. I certainly agree there are some improvement opportunities, but the bulk of those are operational and tactical in nature, not strategic. Okay, to arrive at this conclusion, I first cite 4 broad features of good monetary policy making that should be familiar. First, when inflation is rising and a problem, raise interest rates. There's no limit to how high interest rates can go. Second, to fight economic distress, lower interest rates. Here, the effective lower bound may limit how much the federal funds rate can be lowered. A good cushion for fighting the onset of a recession is 500 basis points. Janet Yellen spoke on this at the 2016 Jackson Hole Conference. Third, recognizing that low neutral rates may increase the ELB risk, Yellen also cited research by Dave Reifschneider that perhaps 300 basis points could be enough when additional tools such as quantitative easing and threshold forward guidance are used. So having a plan for dealing with ELB risks is a feature of good monetary policy. And fourth, policymakers must always be mindful of unusual inflation risks emanating from supply shocks and challenges. Mindful of these issues, during the 2019-20 Fed Framework Review, the FOMC adopted the 2020 framework. Here's a very quick summary. The framework stated that the federal funds rate is the primary policy instrument. It explicitly mentioned the risk of the effective lower bound and that other policy tools could also be employed. The framework affirmed the 2% PCE inflation objective and added that inflation should average 2% over time. In my opinion, this was the first forceful declaration that the inflation objective was symmetric. The statement indicated that averaging 2% should strengthen the anchoring of inflation expectations. What has become known as flexible average inflation targeting was introduced with reasonably flexible language, also indicating it was state contingent. Specifically, following periods when inflation has been running persistently below 2%, appropriate monetary policy will likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2%. The maximum employment mandate was narrowed to focus on employment shortfalls only. I'm laughing. In a literal sense, this seems plausible for a legislative concept of maximum employment. But more operationally, for an economic concept, I think the following is a fair question. Why is low unemployment undesirable? Is it owing to intrinsic labor market dysfunction or Phillips curve inflation risks? This question is at the heart of the focus on shortfalls. In terms of strategic elements, the 2020 framework seemed to cover the range of events that policymakers might face. And the pandemic combined with the Russian invasion of Ukraine presented a strong stress test for the strategy. The monetary shortcomings during this period were more tactical in nature, and I judged the framework to be sturdy. Following the 2012 adoption of the explicit 2% inflation objective, the FOMC had essentially not achieved 2% in the following years. It had certainly not averaged 2%. In the midst of the pandemic, with further low inflation and high unemployment, the September 2024 guidance reinforced the FOMC's commitment to symmetry around 2%. The framework's strategic language was modest in pointing to the possibility that the Fed might intentionally overshoot 2% moderately for some time. In adopting this approach, the Fed's clear expectation was that inflation would arrive through the front door via the flat Phillips curve. But in 2021 and 22, inflation roared through the back door via supply shocks. Faults in complex supply structures, unusual changes in the composition of demand towards goods, and geopolitical shocks. Dealing with these inflation stress events clearly point to improvement opportunities in how the September 2024 guidance could have been better hedged. These seem like tactical weaknesses more than strategic. Although the funds rate increase was delayed to March 2022, the FOMC ultimately met the inflation challenge with an aggressive tightening from March 2022 to July 2023. And this was aligned with the price stability commitments in the framework. Nowhere in the framework does the strategy back away from achieving the 2% inflation objective. All in all, the framework was pretty complete in its ability to handle the wide variety of policy tensions. Yes, more escape hatches for the September 2024 guidance would have been a better tactical implementation of the strategy. But I'm left wondering which states of the world were not covered. Okay, so on the scorecard, Evans calls the long-run framework sturdy. The 2024 guidance implementation could have been improved. The Romer's analysis seems on target in implicating the delays from the maximum employment forward guidance. But assessment should more carefully consider the economic uncertainties during the Delta and Omicron waves in the second half of 2021. These were noteworthy risks to be concerned with at that time, and Powell's 2024 defense at Jackson Hole mentions these. But the scoring must be ruled incomplete without a further consideration of critiques regarding flexible average inflation targeting and shortfalls. Was the 2020 framework an overreach? At some level, I could argue that the new framework displayed humility, but nevertheless, it's fair to wonder if the framework was an overreaction with a large dash of hubris. I will interpret overreaction to mean that strategic features were introduced that handicap the implementation of good monetary policy. Candidates for overreaction are well known here. One, focusing on employment shortfalls, because this sounds the death knell of preemptive monetary policies. And two, introducing two asymmetric features, fate and shortfalls, that lead to asymmetric excess inflation above 2%. So, employment shortfalls, build a better inflation forecast. The Federal Reserve Act instructs the Fed to pursue monetary policies that support maximum employment. This is pretty clear when the unemployment rate is high. When unemployment falls below some notion of the natural or sustainable rate of unemployment, what and how large are the risks that arise? Most public speakers know to avoid stating that high employment is bad or low unemployment is bad. Other euphemisms are employed. As economists, we know that excess demand that drives unsustainable employment levels is likely to lead to undesirable future macroeconomic outcomes. But how large are the risks? In considering low unemployment risks, it seems like 99% of FOMC discussions are about implied inflation risks. The topic of intrinsic, dysfunctional labor markets is exceedingly rare. When it comes to inflation implications, in the last quarter century, the uncertainty has been high around the transmission of low unemployment to rising inflation risks. So I look at the long-run framework's focus on shortfalls as an instruction to respond to bona fide inflation risks, but don't do it in a simplistic, lazy fashion that circumvents a vibrant labor market unnecessarily for millions of workers. In a non-accelerationist flat Phillips curve environment with anchored expectations, when does inflation begin to rise? Or more starkly, can any Fed critics pining for preemptive monetary policy write down an explicit inflation model? Many critics want to dismiss Phillips curve inflation forecasts. Okay, but what else do they have in mind? Martingale statistical forecasts are not an economic model. I could go on about that. Put more focus on identifying intrinsic inflation risks when unemployment is low. The output gap is still in play, so go explain that in public. Mervyn King recently suggested a greater emphasis on money and back to basics. Good luck. Yeah. An important critique starts by pointing out that two wrongs are bad. Essentially, introducing two asymmetries implies an excess inflation bias. This is premised on the view that there's an otherwise level playing field and inflation otherwise would be symmetric around the 2% objective without any of these handicaps. I just don't agree with this premise. My view is that central bankers tend to be conservative in the Rogoff 1985 sense. I've always liked Rogoff's insight. Conservative central bankers can offset the Barrow-Gordon discretionary inflation bias. Instead of favoring unsustainable low unemployment outcomes, conservative central bankers may favor higher estimates of the natural rate of unemployment and skew policy towards excess restrictiveness. My casual empiricism, mine, sees very strong conservatism at work in central bank policymakers. For example, why is overshooting pi star controversial in the first place? If central bankers are targeting symmetric 2% inflation, inflation should be above 2% some percentage of the time, perhaps substantial period of time. I'm not saying that everyone who signed on to the 2020 framework saw this implication, but in my view, flexible average inflation targeting and shortfalls do work to offset conservative central banker asymmetries. Now, a first example of why the playing field is not level is straightforward. Conservative central bankers have a strong discomfort with inflation above 2%. State contingent fate encourages averaging away some portion of undershoots, so policymakers are pushed to intentionally shoot for inflation above target on occasion. It's still state contingent and relatively mild. Even if an FOMC decides that recent inflation underruns do not meet the state contingent condition for overshooting, the presence of this statement in the framework further encourages the debate and public commentary. Also, shortfalls encourages greater focus on perceived inflation risk, not simply a bias for below target inflation. My second example is more subtle. When the funds rate's at the effective lower bound for a substantial period, conservative central bankers end up with low confidence in their quantitative easing and forward guidance tools. When the ELB is a material risk and central bankers are forced to keep the funds rate at zero for a long period of time, they're uncomfortable. The SOMA balance sheet may grow too large. The FOMC implemented the maturity extension program in 2011 in part to offset the fear that the SOMA balance sheet would grow too large. A long time spent with threshold forward guidance is not popular either. As the time passes, owing to substantial headwinds at the ELB, if that's the case, the confidence in these policy instruments wanes and excuses emerge for exiting. This lack of confidence is not evident when combating high inflation. Policymakers will tend to have strong confidence that a higher funds rate will solve the inflation problem. If a particular high funds rate isn't reducing high inflation, central bankers can and will keep raising rates. If central bankers have asymmetric instrument confidence, this will reinforce low inflation biases. So fate and shortfalls are modest attempts to offset the low inflation bias that comes from conservative central bankers who are nervous when inflation slowly gets to target or above. So I view them both as useful features that add sturdiness to the strategic framework. Finally, everything starts with 2%. Given the important role that 2% plays, I think the FOMC would be well served by affirmatively stating the case for why 2% is best. Don Cohn said this. I agree with that. In making this case, I presume that the case for 3 or 4% would be strongly argued against. Now, I'm inclined towards a twist on symmetric 2% that would pursue what I refer to as a reverse Trichet strategy. Inflation should be above but close to 2. A credible implementation would eliminate the need for state contingent fate because you'd be above 2 some part of the time, probably a lot of the time, hopefully a lot of the time. Next, if fate is deleted from the next framework without a credible commitment to symmetry around 2% inflation, I think the long-run framework should be honest and transparent in stating 2% is merely aspirational, essentially a soft ceiling for inflation. This would further reduce the funds rate capacity to respond to strong recessionary pressures, and policymakers should just let the dual mandate and inflation expectation chips fall where they may. This more limited approach seems aligned with recommendations from the BIS in their 2024 annual report, Realistic Policy Ambitions, the Group of 30 study and recommendations, Humbly Do Less, and Raghu Rajan's recent proposals, Less is More. Finally, there are many approaches for adjustments in the Fed's communications approaches. Here I will only mention the role of forward guidance. I think policymakers need to own it and be explicit. In reading policymaker commentaries, I often get the feeling that many would prefer to banish all possibilities of forward guidance. But it's simply not feasible to eschew all forward guidance, and it can be very helpful. For example, the FOMC's most recent 2024 policy communication would likely have been thought of as forward guidance free by many, but it actually doubled down. The Fed's 2024 insistence that they needed confidence before it would be appropriate to reduce the funds rate was forward guidance. Introducing confidence in January 2024 was hugely convenient for knocking down the financial markets' expectations of over 6 rate cuts in 2024, but it became much less convenient as the uncertain endgame arrived. My preference would be for more explicitness in all of these forward guidance policies. They need to own forward guidance from entry to exit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. The final presentation will be from Christina Romer and David Romer they have a long question. Did the Federal Reserve's 2020 policy framework limit its response to inflation? Evidence and the implications for the framework review. Christina.
All right, well, thank you. So this graph summarizes the motivation for our paper. It shows the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, PCE inflation in blue, and the federal funds rate in red. And you can see that by March of 2021, inflation had breached the Fed's 2% target. It then rose steadily for a solid year, hitting 7%, before the FOMC made its first move to increase the funds rate in March of 2022. So our contribution to this symposium focuses on the narrow, but we think very important question of what role, if any, did the Fed's 2020 monetary policy framework play in the Fed's slow response to inflation? And to the degree that it did play a role, what does that suggest should be changed in the upcoming framework review? All right, well, we identify 4 elements in the 2020 framework that could have contributed to the slow response. Many of these have already been mentioned, but the adoption of flexible average inflation targeting. The second, which hasn't been mentioned much, is the elevation and strengthening of the maximum employment goal. The third is the asymmetric interpretation of that maximum employment goal. And then the fourth is a move away from preemptive monetary policy. Now, some of these elements are explicit in the short statement on longer run goals, but some are more subtle. And here I think it's really important to understand that the forward guidance, you should think of that as not just tactical implementation, but actually as reflecting how the framework was being interpreted. That's certainly what both Chair Powell and former Vice Chair Clarida said about the forward guidance. And then also we can learn a lot from what policymakers, what Fed leaders said in their speeches and testimony. All right, so as I mentioned, to see how each of these elements actually, what it may have contributed, we're going to use narrative sources. We're going to look at what monetary policymakers said about why they were waiting to raise rates and curtail asset purchases. Now, we won't have the actual transcripts of FOMC meetings for a few more years, so we have to rely on publicly available sources. We're going to use both the minutes and statements from FOMC meetings, the statements and testimony of Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, and then the speeches of other key Fed members. All right, so what did we find? Well, our first finding is that the move to flexible average inflation targeting really didn't seem to slow the Fed's response to inflation. So remember that FATE aims to counter times of inflation below target by deliberately tolerating some above target inflation for some interval. And as a result, in some instances, this policy strategy could just by design delay how quickly monetary policymakers respond to inflation. But in the case of the post-COVID inflation, the rise in inflation was large enough and fast enough that policymakers pretty quickly knew that inflation was going to average more than 2% over any plausible horizon. So just to give you an example, using the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, by May of 2021, average inflation from the start of the new framework in August 2020 was 3.8% at an annual rate. Even if you go back to before the pandemic, back to February of 2020, the average inflation rate in May, from February 2020 to May 2021, was 2.6%. Now, like most forecasters, monetary policymakers expected much of that inflation to be temporary, but both in their SEP forecasts and in their statements about inflation in the minutes, they show that they expected inflation to return to 2% from above, not to fall below. So, for example, in the June 2021 minutes, we read, looking ahead, participants generally expected inflation to ease, but several participants remarked that they anticipated these supply chain limitations and shortages would put upward pressure on prices into next year. Oh, sorry. All right, so in the narrative record, we just simply don't see policymakers sort of holding back on raising the funds rate because they were concerned that they wouldn't have had enough inflation to achieve their average inflation targeting. Okay, second finding. Rather, what we see as the change in the framework with the most impact was actually the strengthening and elevating of the maximum employment goal. And again, this change was a subtle one. All the 2020 framework said is that the maximum level of employment is a broad-based and inclusive goal. But the speeches of Fed officials and the forward guidance implementing the framework make it clear that the FOMC was interpreting maximum employment in a new way. In essence, they went from aiming for a normal or comfortable level of employment to something much closer to a hot labor market. For example, in his speech at Jackson Hole announcing the new framework, Chair Powell said, with regard to the employment side of our mandate, our revised statement emphasizes that maximum employment is a broad-based and inclusive goal. This change reflects our appreciation of the benefits of a strong labor market, particularly for many in low and moderate income communities. Likewise, in a speech in May of 2022, John Williams first referred to a sizzling hot labor market and also said that with the unemployment rate back to a very low pre-pandemic level and a variety of indicators showing the labor market is very strong, maximum employment has been achieved. And then finally, as Brian talked a lot about, the forward guidance implementing the new framework suggests that the FOMC not only strengthened their maximum employment goal, but also elevated it. And as Brian and I both have done in our slides, what I'm highlighting here is this forward guidance in the September 2020 statement, and it's that repeated use of the word and. You have to hit the employment, the inflation target, and the maximum employment goal. And I think reflecting the FOMC's view that the Phillips curve was now very flat, their new, very optimistic view of maximum employment was described as a goal that could be met in addition to or separate from the inflation goal. All right, well, we think that this strengthening and elevation of the maximum employment goal mattered. Right? So at Jackson Hole in 2021, when the inflation rate was running at 4%, Chair Powell explained why the Fed wasn't tightening. Right? Said if a central bank tightens policy in response to temporary factors, The effects are likely to arrive after the need is past. And today, with substantial slack remaining in the labor market, such a mistake could be particularly harmful. That is, they were not tightening despite inflation, in part because they hadn't reached their new optimistic maximum employment goal. Another indication that the revised maximum employment goal mattered, I think, came at the September 2021 FOMC meeting. So at this meeting, participants had marked up their inflation forecasts. They said inflation was likely to be more long-lasting. Unemployment was down to 5.2%. And yet various participants stressed that economic conditions were likely to justify keeping the rate at or near its lower bound over the next couple of years, right? It sure feels like they must be waiting for a much stronger labor market if they thought it was going to take that long. And then at the December 2021 meeting, participants explicitly said, we have more than met our inflation goal, but they still held off on raising rates because the labor market was not yet strong enough. And just to anchor things here, the unemployment rate at that point was down to 4.2%. So our read of the narrative record is that monetary policymakers felt that they had committed to a hot labor market in both the framework and the forward guidance, and did not raise rates despite inflation because the labor market was not yet hot enough. Now, the third finding is that the asymmetric treatment of the maximum employment goal could matter, but probably wasn't relevant in the recent episode. As have been discussed by other participants at the symposium, right, the obvious change that was contained in the 2020 framework was this notion that the Fed would only respond to shortfalls of employment from its maximum level, not deviations from maximum. That is, that employment would be allowed to run above its maximum level, absent other causes for concern. However, we don't actually see any evidence that this change mattered in the slow response to inflation in 2021 and 2022. And the reason is that both because of the labor market disruptions caused by the pandemic and because of the Fed's very optimistic view of maximum employment, monetary policymakers never believed that employment was above its maximum level. As the quote from John Williams that I showed you before emphasized, it wasn't until March of 2022 that the FOMC thought they were at maximum employment. And we find no instances in the documents of participants arguing that employment was or was likely to become noticeably above their optimistic view of its maximum level. So as a result, monetary policymakers were never in the position of standing by while they believed that employment was above its maximum. Now, we do provide some evidence in the paper that the asymmetric interpretation of the maximum employment goal and or deliberately seeking a hot labor market is in general dangerous. And in particular, if we look at times over history, when the unemployment rate projected by the Fed staff was below their estimate of the natural rate for at least a year, we find that the outcomes were almost never good. So such episodes of unemployment persistently below the natural rate almost always ended in inflation, or in the case of the late 1990s, an asset price boom. Now, the one exception was the very robust labor market of the late 2010s, which actually features very prominently in Chair Powell's discussions of the low costs of a strong labor market. But we'd suggest that history suggests that this is much more likely to have been the exception rather than the rule. All right, finally, our fourth finding, we think that the move away from preemptive policy likely did slow the monetary response to the post-COVID inflation. So, of course, the 2020 Statement on Longer Run Goals still talked about the need for policy to be based on forecasts. But in their forward guidance and policy discussions, monetary policymakers put much more emphasis on actual outcomes. Recall the forward guidance said that employment had to actually be at its maximum level and inflation had to actually be at 2% before the FOMC started raising rates. And members made clear that this was deliberate, right? So the minutes from the April 2021 meeting said, participants noted that the existing outcome-based guidance implied that the path of the funds rate would depend on actual progress toward reaching the committee's maximum employment and inflation goals, not on uncertain economic forecasts. As we discuss in the paper, if one looks at the Survey of Economic Projections, say in September of 2021, which is what I have here, right, the forecasts are for inflation to be well over 2% and unemployment to be very low over the horizon before which monetary policy could affect the economy. Thus, if policy were being based on forecasts, FOMC participants would likely have voted to raise rates substantially earlier, even given their optimistic interpretation of maximum employment. This strongly suggests that the move away from preemption was an additional factor slowing down the response to inflation. All right, so our key finding is that two features of the 2020 framework revision contributed strongly to the Fed's slow response. Those were the elevation and strengthening of the maximum employment goal and the move away from preemption. This leads naturally to two suggestions for the next framework review. The first is to back off from the changes to the employment goal. Monetary policy ultimately cannot reduce poverty, inequality, or the natural rate of unemployment. Therefore, monetary policy can't do better than aim to keep employment at the level consistent with the natural rate of unemployment. Now, obviously, policymakers should invest serious resources in identifying the natural rate and should not hesitate to revise it in light of evidence, but aiming for a hot labor market is not a sensible strategy. And though we don't find that the focus on shortfalls for maximum employment was a source of the slow policy response in this instance, we do provide evidence that it's not been a recipe for success in the past. So while they are restoring the previous interpretation of the maximum employment goal, we would go back to the focus on deviations both above and below full employment, not just shortfalls. The second suggestion, motivated by our findings, is that monetary policy should be forward-looking. Because monetary policy affects the economy with a lag, policymakers simply have no choice but to make policy on the basis of forecasts. The right response to repeated errors is not to forecast errors, is not to abandon preemptive policy, but to improve the forecasts and to revise the forecasts in response to mistakes. And then finally, in response to in addition to the two changes closely related to our findings, we have two other suggestions for the framework review. One is we actually think that flexible average inflation targeting seems like a good addition and should remain. It's unlikely to cause problems and could help to anchor inflation expectations. And the one suggestion we have sort of echoes something I think Brian said, that is they should make it clear that it only applies when conventional monetary policy is constrained by the zero lower bound. And then finally, the second idea that we'd like to put on the table is that explicit forward guidance should be used sparingly. Because one of the things we find in our analysis is that the policy response to inflation was slow in part because of the explicit forward guidance. That was another factor making policy less nimble. So our preference, perhaps like English and SAC, is that the next statement of the framework emphasize that all tools will be used to reach the Fed's goals, and the but that policymakers will save explicit forward guidance for special cases when they want to promise to behave unusually, so that they don't get locked into a policy path. And then more generally, again echoing English and Sack, the 2020 revision to the policy strategy, it was a good faith attempt to improve monetary policy making, but it was overly tailored to the specific conditions of the late 2010s. As policymakers consider revisions, we'd aim for more universality and robustness to a range of possible developments, and they should seek ways to enhance their ability to respond quickly to changing economic conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. We're going to open up for questions and comments. I will ask people to please be as brief as possible. The first card went up before Brian was 5 minutes in, so we'll have a lot of interest. First mover was David Wilcox.
Thank you for organizing this incredibly important and timely session. I want to mainly align myself, but not entirely, with Team Evans. The session summary, I think, is a good place to start. It was otherwise excellent, but it had one important misstatement. It said that in September 2020, the forward guidance implementing the new framework, the Fed went further. It said it would keep its target for the federal funds rate until zero, until both the employment and price stability objectives had actually been met. In fact, the statement did not say that. It said the committee expects it will be appropriate. And the difference is absolutely critical. That language, it seems to me, is not the language of commitment from a central bank. Moreover, later in the statement, the committee wrote as follows: they would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goals. Bill and Brian briefly mentioned these qualifications, but it seems to me set them aside as being of no consequence. The question that's never been answered is, why didn't the committee exercise their escape options that they had so clearly built into the statement? Did they not feel constrained by that language because they really believed the transitory forecast? Or did they somehow see themselves, despite having engineered those escape clauses, as nonetheless having made a firm commitment? The committee, I think, owes us all an explanation of their thinking on this point, and the upcoming framework review would be an ideal place to provide it. I'll briefly just mention, I think a move away from shortfalls back to deviations would be a mistake. I find it really hard to defend a policy framework that envisions tightening the stance of monetary policy merely because too many people have jobs. And that's essentially what reverting to deviations would convey. And I also think it would be a mistake to go back to traditional inflation targeting. My thinking here is very similar to the Romer and Romer logic, so I won't bother spelling that out. Just to show that I can disagree with somebody other than Bill and Brian, I'll pick for a second on Charlie. He recommends having a conversation now about the 2% objective. I think that will eventually be important, but it seems to me that the risk right now is too great of demonstrating to the outside world that the Fed isn't serious about attaining its inflation objective, and that the next time inflation gets out of hand, they'll abandon ship. I think the right time probably will be the 2030 review after 5 good years of inflation performance have been logged, rather than taking it up now. There were important problems during this episode, but neither of these were highlighted by the papers. The labor market behaved for a time as if it was much tighter operationally than had been indicated by the conventional metric, namely the gap, the unemployment gap. The Fed and many of us on the outside, myself very much included, were slow to recognize that. By the way, Dave Reichschneider has a very important observation that these indicators are all coming into line. Overall, I suggest being really cautious about drawing conclusions from an extraordinary period, a once-in-a-century pandemic, about the conduct of monetary policy in more ordinary times.
Thank you. Jason Furman, briefly.
Yes. So I'm going to make one of the 8 points I had been planning to make.
Thank you.
The one thing I think that was missing from all of this that's really worth thinking about, and I don't know the answer to it, is the degree to which gradualism has increasingly become part of the way monetary policy is conducted. That's combined with various forms of forward guidance, and it basically said before, don't start raising rates until you're really, really, really sure that you should raise rates, which guarantees that you'll basically raise them too late. And you could argue you're seeing it now until you're completely, inflation came down 2 percentage points over the last year, but rates weren't constantly adjusting, even though a Taylor rule would say they should constantly be adjusting. It's like they waited until they were 1.5 points off and then started making the adjustment. That has an advantage of keeping things more gradual. You don't have big disruptive rate increases, for example, a couple of years ago with financial stability. It means your words matter a lot more, for better or for worse, and markets often complain about it. But it also guarantees you're behind the curve and means the only interest rates you're using are basically long rates, and you're not taking advantage of the fact that short rates can also matter too. So should the Fed be less gradual, less afraid to reverse itself and make a move and then undo some of that move, or even go to the extreme of being a random walk where it incorporates all the information, and in every meeting rates are as likely to go up or down based on what they learned in the previous 6 weeks?
Ben Bernanke.
So good presentations. I agree with a lot, including Brian's puzzlement over the QE policy. But the thing that I'm missing from the whole discussion, and I understand it's hard to do, is the counterfactual. Suppose we had the 2018 framework. The inflation we saw was arguably, and at least the Fed thought, and I believe it's true, largely driven by supply shocks. And if they thought it was transitory, then even under the old framework, they would have taken time to make sure that, not to move until they at least until they saw some movement in inflation expectations. I think Reifschneider's paper says it wouldn't have made much difference if they had gone a few months earlier. So anyway, that's my point. What's the counterfactual? Would it have made that much difference quantitatively if they had been on the old framework?
Okay, Rick Mishkin.
So 4 points. The first is on
They're going to be short points, right? Okay.
So 4 points. The first is that I think that the flexible average inflation target is actually a very good idea, but the details really matter. And I think the big mistake was the communication, where there was no definition of what the horizon is. And if there's no definition of the horizon, and it goes infinite, you've actually dropped your inflation target. And that was the danger. I don't think it actually mattered, and I agree with Christy on this. And the reason I think it didn't matter is because what I think has become the Powell doctrine, which is when you make a mistake, you fix it quickly and turn around your operation quickly. I'm calling it a doctrine now because they did it again, just in this last meeting. The second is something that Ben and I focused on when we did our work on inflation targeting, which is the dangers of having a maximum employment target. We just don't know what that is. And you can get into a lot of trouble as a result of that. The third point is that I think a key part of the mistake, and also led to the absence of preemption, was the view in the Federal Reserve that the Phillips curve is flat. And in fact, we did some research on this for the U.S. Monetary Policy Forum, which talked about what happens in an economy which is actually heating up, which is that the Phillips curve is actually not a structural relationship as estimated. And the reason it's not is because monetary policy can be endogenous, and good monetary policy will actually mean that there'll be zero correlation between the policy instrument and actually the outcome in terms of inflation. And that's a standard theorem from optimal control. And in fact, this is also work that Ted Royo also focused on. And if you think there's a flat Phillips curve, then you can worry less about preemption. And in fact, our research said the Phillips curve is not flat. If you look at cases where you can avoid the issue of endogenous monetary policy, you see a Phillips curve that stayed the same. So I think that was a serious part of the problem. The last point is on the issue of risks from supply shocks. And I think, Ben, you're absolutely right that if it's a pure supply shock, then you're supposed to wait and let it come down. But I think the big mistake of so-called team transitory was that they ignored the demand shocks. In particular, there were two huge demand shocks. One was huge fiscal expansion, and the second was the fact that everybody couldn't spend any money and actually increase their savings. And then when they were allowed, starting with the vaccine, allowed to get out and party, they started spending a lot. And I think that was also a very serious part of the mistake that was made. So
Thank you.
hopefully I've been brief.
You have been. Dan Chirulo.
Thanks, Jen. So I wonder whether we're getting into a situation now where every 5 years there's a redo of the monetary policy framework in order to correct the mistakes from the one that was concluded 5 years ago. And this is a much broader question than the ones that any of the panelists addressed, but I wonder whether it's worth asking what we think the utility of the monetary policy framework is. That is, if it's something that's pretty brief, it seems as though it's either not going to really be too determinative of policy at any one meeting or the course of a few quarters. But if it gets very specific, then it runs the risk of becoming outdated pretty quickly. The alternative would be a much longer document, which would address a number of contingent situations. We're near the effective lower bound, or no, we're running a hot labor market. So I guess that's the question I've got. What do we think it's really doing? Because although Christy and David, I think, made a really interesting effort using circumstantial evidence to show the impact of the framework, I kind of wonder whether it's actually the people who did the framework already had that view. They put it in the framework, but that's what they were going to do anyway in monetary policy. It wasn't that they were looking at the framework and saying, oh, this is what we need to do.
Joe Bulio and then Don Cohn.
I'd suggest that fate and the recommendations for policy that were expressed in this conference are kind of having the background a somewhat fuzzy, if not unspecified model for inflation expectations. Now, to be sure, there are periods of time when I think I have a good handle of what inflation expectations, the model behind it. In the 70s, it was like, what was it last period? In the Great Moderation, 2%-ish. But the rub is like the transition period in between those two. So how did we get from one to the other back then? Well, Volcker. And then I was just kind of like, let's not look too carefully at kind of like the length of time between that transition period. And that became very important. So when I was tasked with pumping out what was pretty bad inflation forecasts, I was constantly asking myself, how should I think about the process for inflation expectations? Because my model for inflation said it's inflation expectations plus stuff. And sure, in the long run, I was happy with writing down 2%, a period of time when I was hoping to be retired. In the long run, which is a period of time which I was hoping to be retired and not dead. But trying to think of like where we were going from where we were to then was in fact the entire problem, and I really didn't have any kind of model that I could really rely on.
Don?
So 3 very interesting papers, and the dialogue between Charlie and the other 2, along with the dialogue around the table, has reinforced in my mind the necessity for the Fed to start with a review of what happened. We need to know how it views the forecast issues, the framework issues, the forward guidance and QE issues, and maybe even the process, how they arrived at all this stuff. So I think a lot of other central banks are starting with a review, sometimes internal, sometimes they hire Ben Bernanke to do it for them, external. But I think the Fed needs to start there. And it's just to reinforce that. A second point is, I think this is The roamers convinced me that it wasn't the framework, it was the forward guidance that was mainly at fault. But I do think the forward guidance was derived from the framework as the Fed said, and it was derived because they expected to get to 2% from below, and therefore holding accommodative policy until you get to full employment just facilitated the FAIT, the averaging above. And two things happened, as people have pointed out. Inflation was really high for a while. And then the second thing was the misjudgment or the difficulty of judging where full employment was, as Rick was saying. So those two changes happened, and then they didn't trigger as far as we know, they didn't discuss the escape clauses. And why didn't they discuss? So that's part of what I meant by process. How did this happen this way? And then finally, I think, Charlie, you've got 4 points there. You need number 5, which is preemptive policy. And anything that's best practice monetary policy. You're going to make mistakes. Your forecasts are going to be wrong, but you've got to use the forecast. And the labor market is a really key element in the forecast of future inflation. And I don't see, and your paper seems to say you don't need that. You got to use other things to do that. So I don't get that. So I think it's you got to make sure the framework doesn't get in the way of preemption. Thank you.
Okay, I'm in the familiar position of having more speakers than minutes left, so please continue to be brief. Ben Harris and then Valerie Ramey.
So more of a question than a comment, but on Don's point about the Fed reviewing its actions over the past several years, I can't help but wonder if there's one issue which dominates all the issues that were brought up here today, and that's that the inclusion of shelter in the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. There are a lot of reasons to think that shelter should not be included. Here are a few. One, the measure is based on a long lag that we don't really understand. 1 year ago in August 2023, the San Francisco Fed projected shelter inflation. They thought today, year over year, it would be plus 5%. Sorry, minus 2%. Today it's actually plus 5%. It's a massive miss. We just don't understand the length of this lag and some of the dynamics there. The second is more theoretical. If a price rises and consumers don't pay it, should the Fed fight it? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm talking about owner-occupied rent here, not the rental side of things. My house went up quite a bit over the past several years. I paid nothing for that. Third is around the weighting. The weight is based, at least in the CPI, around a survey of consumers ask for owner-occupied homes, what would your home rent for? I have no idea. My guess is that the 40,000 people who are asked a similar question also don't have any idea. So should that question be used to size the weight in the CPI? And lastly, we really don't understand the transmission between monetary policy and housing. Paul Krugman has raised this many times, particularly in the wake of persistently low mortgage rates that feature quite a bit of refinancing. So given all of these misunderstandings or failures to understand precisely aspects of shelter in PCE, should the Fed really be including this in its measure of inflation, particularly when it's such a massive part of the basket?
Great session. I wanted to make 2 points. First of all, I think we should take optimal control more seriously. And I was so happy when Rick mentioned this, all right? What's the dual mandate? Price stability. Now, we think of that more as prices going up at 2% per year. So in the objective function, I think we should have the price path at whatever the inflation target is. And the second is full employment, all right? Solve that problem. You can put on adjustment costs, all those sorts of things, but it says that what you should be targeting is the price path. And economists knew before that temporary inflation does not mean a temporary increase in the price level. The rest of the population just figured that out. And so that is why there's so much unhappiness, and that's why optimal control theory says you should target the price path. Second thing is, thank you to David and Christy. Once again, we should call them Detective Romer and Romer. They've delved in. I had asserted, but without good evidence like theirs is that I thought that a big source, this was at Jackson Hole a few years ago, that a big source of the allowing inflation to get out of hand was this change in which unemployment rate went into the objective functions. And it appears from the Fed's actions that they've adopted Rawlsian justice, or maybe they aren't doing it anymore, where they decided to minimize the unemployment rate of the most marginal worker. And the cost of that has been the rest of the population had much higher inflation. And there are a lot of people with nominal wage contracts. So we're seeing this effect in real wages and particularly inequality across, depending on what kind of contract you have.
Merton Bailey and Randy Krausner.
I think we should build more uncertainty. This has come up, other comments have made this, build more uncertainty into the what we think the Fed should do. I think we sort of imbue the Fed with supernatural powers, which it doesn't have. And I don't think we know how to forecast this economy terribly well. I don't think we necessarily know, I mean, we know the direction of monetary policy and what's it going to do, but I don't know that we know the effects that well, how it's going to play out over time. There are lots of other things that affect inflation: fiscal policy, commodity prices, as people have said, productivity. So there are lots of things going on that we don't necessarily know. So I don't think we can do optimal control because I don't think we understand the system well enough to apply that in this situation. Now, I've always sort of supported the 2% target, but I got to admit I'm sort of shaking on it because it suggests we know more than we do know, and that, a target sort of implies that the Fed knows how to get there and it does the certain things, then it'll get there in a given amount of time. I think it's fine if we sort of view the target as that's what we'd like it to be, but we need to recognize and build in all the things that we say and do and that we tell the population out there is that we actually don't have the means necessarily to hit a target at some particular time.
It's okay.
It's on.
It's on? Yes? Great. Thank you very much. Excellent papers. Given the time constraint, I'll just make one point, really building on what Bill and Brian mentioned in their paper and thinking about the role of QE. Something that I think would be extremely valuable in developing the framework is thinking about a clear distinction between monetary policy and financial stability and market functioning. And so I think we saw very much what happened in March, April of 2020 is being a failure of drawing that distinction. Once the Fed started to buy a lot of assets to try to restore market functioning, which I think was totally reasonable, it was extraordinarily difficult for them to get out from that without implicitly signaling some sort of tightening. Because they didn't say, well, we are doing this explicitly for financial stability purposes, and that is distinct from monetary policy purposes. A really nice example where this worked quite well was the Bank of England with the liquidity-driven investment issues that they had in 22. So the Bank of England went in, started buying assets right at the time that they said, well, we're trying to fight inflation, we're trying to reduce our balance sheet, but they said we have a market dysfunction problem, so we're going to do this. We're doing this in a targeted, temporary way. Andrew Bailey made a very bold announcement, said, and on Friday we're going to stop. The markets were shocked at this, and I don't think the Fed would have been bold enough to do that, rather than take the risk that maybe they would have a little bit of instability. But he did that. The markets reacted, I think, appropriately, and they were able to deal with the issue. And I think a lot of, and some of the problems that the Fed got into was being stuck in buying all of those assets at a dramatically faster pace than in the global financial crisis. And I think it's a very important part of the monetary policy framework not to say, well, we don't have to talk about financial stability. Whenever you're going to be doing anything extraordinary in monetary policy, it's always going to be somehow related to financial stability.
Okay, and Carolyn Hawksby. And we'll go back to each author team for feedback.
So I'm going to put on my labor economics hat for a moment and quote the Romers, quoting Jeremy Powell, with my emphasis. Maximum employment is a broad-based and inclusive goal. This change reflects our appreciation for the benefits of a strong labor market, particularly in many low and moderate income communities. I think that this is, as a labor economist, I think that this is shockingly naive, just shockingly naive. The notion that the only thing that makes low-income or disadvantaged people in the United States different from high-income people or moderate-income people is just that they have lower wages on average is a little crazy. And I think that the FOMC does not contain enough labor economics knowledge to be able to target maximum employment where they're digging deeper and deeper into a community that is poorly understood without that labor economics knowledge to make that a goal. There's nothing wrong with that being a goal, but you need to bring in the expertise about that community. The last time really low-income and disadvantaged communities were at close to full employment was during the Clinton administration, and I think there were a lot of other policies involved as well. It was not a monetary policy type of thing.
Okay. And back to the authors. We'll just keep the same order and start with Bill and Brian.
Okay, let me, too many things to talk about, but I'll respond to a few of the comments. On David Wilcox, as he said, we have a couple paragraphs on the fact that the committee chose to stick with its guidance. It didn't obviously need to. And we'll all be interested to see in the transcripts what the discussion was around that. We said in the document that we thought they probably were hesitant to abandon the guidance because they'd be concerned that it would weaken guidance as a tool in the future. I guess I still think that's probably right. They also figured they could adjust policy faster later to make up for it. That's actually what they did, and so I think that was not an unreasonable thing to think about. David also liked shortfalls. He said we shouldn't tighten policy because too many people have jobs. I guess I think sometimes central banks should tighten policy because too many people have jobs. I mean, if the labor market's really tight, and you think with good reason that that's going to push up wage and price inflation, it's appropriate to respond to that. I just think you have to be preemptive, and that will require making decisions like that, and nobody said monetary policy was easy. Ben Bernanke said, gee, what's the counterfactual? I think that is interesting to think about. I don't have an answer. I guess I think with the old framework and the old guidance, the Evans rule guidance, they would have been raising rates sooner, because they would have not had to make some decision to abandon their forward guidance. It would have just fallen out that with inflation high, they would have exited sooner. And I think that would have been better. Don Cohn said the Fed needs to start with the review of what happened. I think that's fair. That's kind of what we got from Powell at Jackson Hole. And then he said Charlie needs to think about preemptive policy. I just agree. I think monetary policy has to be forward-looking, and they got themselves in a situation where that was very hard to do, as the Romer's work showed. Do you have anything further?
No. Okay. Charlie?
First, before I forget, I disagree with the Romer's characterization of the 96 to 2000 period. I mean, I think the 90s was about the best decade that we've probably had. Unemployment came down throughout the entire decade. Inflation came down. It was at 2% towards the end of the period. There was a budget surplus, and productivity growth started accelerating for a 10-year period. So maybe there's a financial instability issue with the dot-com bust, but among all the things that we've experienced, that was about the least painful. So I'm not sure when there's been a bad macroeconomic, period because of pushing strong, economy since inflation expectations were anchored after 1990, I would say. Preemptive monetary policy, sure, yeah, I agree with that too. I just don't think that, if you're going to do it because unemployment is now where? At your natural rate of unemployment? Is it 5? Is it 5.5%, 4.5%, 3.5%? I had extensive arguments with various participants, and it's like, I'm not going to get worried until we get lower, until I see inflation. I think there ought to be an inflation forecast. You've got the output gap. You can look at the output gap and be preempted. You won't like it because you have to have trend output, and that moves around about as much as all of this. But I think that, something other than just we're at 6. During the 2010 period with the beverage curve, when it moved out, there was a discussion, has the natural rate gone up by 3 percentage points? And then that infects the entire discussion on the way down. Well, I think we're going to get inflation beforehand. Get an inflation forecast that's useful from independent means, other means. Why didn't inflation go down? This is part of the aftermath. Look at it. Why didn't inflation come down? Did the Fed really reduce inflation? They took the funds rate to 5.3%, but the unemployment rate's at 4.2. It's not the traditional method for doing this. In some sense, it's the unwinding of all the supply factors. I agree with Ben and your work with Blanchard, and I think that had an important part, and there's been some unwinding. Understanding that is very important for all of this, but it's not obvious. I worry about taking on new mandates. Throughout all of this, you should look through supply shocks, and traditionally it's been hard. Ben, you had a long ago Brookings paper looking at the oil shock where you should look through and things like that. This is an old issue, but this has been worse. It's like 15% of the CPI basket goes up by 20%. 15%. And it's like used car prices. They go up by 10% in a month and all of this. You're taking on new mandates when you're looking at all these relative price increases that are going in there. And I think part of the answer that the FOMC struggled with is it kept looking like it was getting better, and then it wasn't. So you have to pay attention. Housing prices are high. We need more supply. This is an important, issue. There's so many micro issues that need to be attendant with understanding this, and then how much of it gets into inflation expectations. Inflation expectations, they've been remarkably anchored throughout this, and I think that's just critical for all of this.
Thanks, Charlie. David and Christy?
Thank you. First of all, these are great comments. We really appreciated them, and I'm not going to obviously respond to the vast majority of them. On the late 90s, yes, there were lots of good features. Our point was there was also a bad macroeconomic effect of an extremely hot labor market. I also want to cite the first round of the start of the Great Inflation as a period where running a hot labor market with well-anchored inflation expectations led to high inflation. So we've now had 2 of those. But I think the escape clause question that David Wilcox raised, the very first comment, I think that's super important. Our reading is, I think it's close to Bill and Brian, but it's a little bit, they wanted a hot labor market. They really, really wanted a hot labor market, and they were not willing to back off that just because inflation was high and above their target. And I think beyond that, then they had really committed themselves, and to say that they had a clearly built-in escape clause, it was clearly built in. It was quite pro forma. So I think this ties into Don Cohn's point that the Fed really needs to look back and look at what happened. On the important question that Ben raised to the counterfactual, I think also Rick's point that there was high demand as well as strong supply. By say September 2021. They were clearly on track to reach any reasonable estimate of maximum employment. They were clearly, inflation wasn't going to fall below 2, so they would have tightened earlier. How big a difference that would have made? Presumably not a lot. That's a matter of 6 months. But I think if they had a time machine and could tighten earlier and hadn't been so strongly invested in what they'd done, I think they would do that. A comment people haven't picked up on, I think is very important, is Jason's broader comment about gradualism. That is one of the reasons. I mean, the Fed seems very, very slow moving. So before we raise rates, we have to wind out forward guidance. Before we wind asset purchases, before we wind out asset purchases, we have to tell people that we're doing that. Before we do that, we have to tell people that we're going to tell them that we're going to do that. And that is one of the reasons why we think that putting explicit forward guidance in the statements is dangerous. Sure, in an ideal world, you'd you'd be very nimble. But the Fed is by nature not a nimble institution. If you want to give people speculation in your speeches about what you think the path of the funds rate might plausibly be, if you want to put in some dot plots, that's fine. But if you're prone to be very slow moving, why compound that? Two final comments. We agree strongly with every single word that Don Cohn said, so just everyone go and reread their notes on that. On the issue of raising rates because so many people have jobs, I think there's a really important distinction that Brian drew between what's the objective and what's the input into policy. Yes, the ideal labor market, if we could wave a magic wand and have any labor market we wanted, would be extremely hot. So if you're evaluating, say, the outcomes of policy, you shouldn't penalize it because the labor market was stronger than the natural rate. But we can't wave that magic wand, so as an input into policy, you might reasonably, in many cases, say, because the labor market is hot or because we expect it to be hot, that is one consideration for why we're raising rates. And I think it's a little bit of a cheat to say, well, we're not going to do that, we'll just look at the output gap. That's really just a roundabout way of doing the same things. You've got to, as Bill said, monetary policy is hard, and part of the hard part is the communication. You have to go up to Congress and let Wright Patman or some current senator yell at you that you don't like people having jobs, and you have to explain to them that no, you care just as much as they do about that, and your policies are designed with the same goals that they have, but you think that that doesn't mean you can just have a very hot labor market all the time.
Great. Thank to all three of our author teams for terrific papers and a great session. We're now coming back from break, but we'll take let's make the break go until 2:40. We'll start again at 2:40. Okay, if everyone could please come in and take a seat, we'll start the next session. I'm assuming Doug is.
All in the days.
Okay, we're ready to get started. Everybody take their seats, please. Look at Doug's slides, and then we'll go. Okay, our second paper is on dynamic scoring, a progress report on why, when, and how by Doug Elmendorf, Glenn Hubbard, and Heidi Williams. And Glenn will be online momentarily, so we'll have all three authors here. Ed?
Thank you, Jan. Hello, everyone. It's great to be back at the Brookings Papers for Economic Activity. I wrote a Brookings paper a decade ago about dynamic scoring. And I did not plan to write another paper on this topic, but Heidi Williams started spending time at the Congressional Budget Office and asking me hard questions about the pros and cons of dynamic scoring. And her questions reinforced in my mind the value of smart academic economists digging into the analysis being done at government agencies, because she prompted me to do some rethinking. And then she persuaded Glenn Hubbard to bring his expertise and experience to join our effort. So we hope that our work can shed some new light on this important topic. We're grateful to Jan and John for inviting us to present here. Grateful to John and to Bill and Debbie, our discussants, and other colleagues for valuable comments on earlier drafts, but I should emphasize that the views that we'll offer are strictly our own. Here's the background. The Congressional Budget Office and the staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation provide official budget estimates used by Congress in considering possible policy changes. The estimating process is often called scoring. In a typical year, CBO publishes 700 public estimates, and it and JCT provide thousands of private estimates to members of Congress and their staffs as they develop legislation. Budget estimates by CBO and JCT take account of many expected behavioral responses by households, businesses, executive branch agencies, state and local governments, except by longstanding convention, estimates do not include responses that would change nominal aggregate output or income, such as changes in labor supply or productivity. Including such responses would be known as dynamic scoring, as distinct from the conventional scoring. An important question is whether this long-standing convention is the best way for CBO and JCT to serve Congress and the public. Our paper does not recommend a specific approach to scoring, but instead analyzes the economic and institutional issues presented by the choice between conventional and dynamic scoring. I should note that budget estimates are not the only information that CBO and JCT provide. In fact, the agencies do some dynamic analyses outside of the usual scoring process. But the official estimates matter often in policy debates, so they deserve attention. Our paper addresses three key questions about dynamic scoring: why might it be done, when might it be done, and how might it be done. And then we illustrate three examples: potential changes in immigration policies and potential changes in federal investment and permitting, to illustrate the issues around dynamic scoring. Now, logically, the first question is why one might do dynamic scoring. What are the advantages and disadvantages relative to conventional scoring? Well, there are two simple arguments in favor of dynamic scoring. First, a change in a benefit program, say, might induce someone to change their benefit take-up and their work effort. These responses are connected and both matter for budgetary impact, so it seems natural to include them both in budget estimates. A tax analog would be a change in a personal income tax rate that might change both deductions and work effort. But currently, only one of those, the deductions, are taken up in estimates. The work effort is not. A second reason in favor of dynamic scoring is that policymakers care about the effects of policies on labor, capital, productivity, and other economic measures, even apart from the budgetary impact. So including such effects in budget estimates would provide policymakers with valuable information. So those are two reasons in favor. What then are the reasons to stick with conventional scoring? Well, four concerns about dynamic scoring get the most attention. First, is it feasible to produce dynamic estimates given time and resource constraints? Congress wants a lot of estimates, and it wants them quickly. Dynamic scoring requires more calculations and review than conventional scoring, so it takes longer. One approach, then, is to do dynamic estimates for major legislation, not for other bills. This approach has been adopted by the House of Representatives in a rule for most of the past decade. But the rule has been implemented in a way in which dynamic scoring almost never happens. This histogram shows nearly 3,000 published estimates by the Congressional Budget Office over the last 5 years, arrayed by their gross budgetary effect under conventional scoring. The vertical line is the threshold in the House rule for what constitutes major legislation. And you can see there are vanishingly few estimates that have been done that include the dynamic effects. Another approach is to adopt a standardized, simplified process for dynamic scoring that can be applied in certain policy areas. But I should say that even with simplified processes, dynamic estimates would still take more time to produce than conventional estimates, and that's a trade-off for Congress. A second concern about dynamic scoring is whether the excluded effects are especially uncertain, and perhaps relatedly, more subject to external pressure on the agencies. In our assessment, though, uncertainty of labor and saving responses to policy changes is no greater than the uncertainty of many other responses that are included in conventional estimates. So the concern about uncertainty is legitimate, but it is not a differentiator between conventional effects and these extra dynamic effects. A third concern is whether the excluded effects are usually small. And yes, relative to the size of the economy, they usually are. But first, it is valuable for policymakers to get objective estimates of whether economic effects would be large or small, rather than just hearing from advocates or opponents extreme claims about those effects. And secondly, even if small, the budgetary effect can be large relative to other budgetary effects of a proposal, and thus can significantly affect the overall estimate. So let me offer examples of each of those points in turn. We show here JCT's conventional and dynamic estimates for 4 significant tax cut bills. Under the conventional estimates used by Congress in the policy debate, shown in the left column of numbers, every one of these bills increases the federal deficit. If you include additional responses, as JCT did after the fact in their dynamic analyses, and that's the second column of numbers, you can see that still all of those tax bills would increase the deficit, but not by as much as under the conventional estimate. And the third column shows that those bills would have had dynamic effects that offset between 5 and 26% of the conventional estimate. It's valuable for policymakers to see that information about both the larger and smaller effects. This next slide, we show estimated effects on the budget deficit of a proposal to increase green cards for holders of advanced STEM degrees. Let me explain. In conventional estimates, additional immigrants are modeled as receiving the federal benefits to which they are entitled. That raises government spending. But the extra income they earn is assumed to be offset by less income somewhere else in the economy in order to hold GDP fixed. And therefore, there's no extra tax revenue that's recorded. So extra spending, no extra tax revenue. the effect is by construction, an increase in budget deficits. That's shown by the conventional line, the upper line here, which shows an increase in the budget deficit over the first 10 years and a little more beyond that. If one then includes the effects on tax revenue of having additional workers earning income, paying income and payroll taxes, those tax effects outweigh the extra spending, so the deficit actually goes down, as shown by the lower line, which we call the population change approach. And I want to emphasize the difference in these lines doesn't depend particularly on whether the change in the number of green card holders is large or small. The axis would scale, but you'd still have this difference between a conventional estimate and a dynamic estimate, even for very small numbers of additional green card holders. I'm going to skip that slide. The final concern about dynamic scoring that we address is that changing methodology and making estimates more complex might reduce the credibility of CBO's and JCT's estimates. Now, credibility is absolutely crucial. Without agreement by Congress on a common set of numbers, policy discussions would be less coherent, budget process less effective. So maintaining credibility is important, and all else equal, credibility is fostered, we think, by consistency over time in methodology and by simplicity of methodology. But all else is not generally equal. Excluding behavioral responses that people expect to occur itself reduces credibility. And so the history of JCT and CBO's analysis is not one of stasis in methodology or a particular focus on simplicity. Instead, over time, the agencies have made ongoing advances in methodology, usually involving greater complexity, to improve the accuracy of estimates and improve the information presented. The second key question about dynamic scoring that we ask is when might Congress might ask for it. As I mentioned earlier, one approach is to do dynamic scoring for major legislation, which has the advantage of focusing on proposals with the greatest economic impact. And the threshold for major could be adjusted to catch more or fewer estimates. Another approach is to do dynamic scoring for selected policy areas. That would have the advantage of consistency among proposals that Congress will be comparing most closely, and would also allow the agencies to focus their capacity-building investments on certain topics. If the latter approach was taken, the value of investments in dynamic scoring capacity would be greatest for topics of broad and enduring interest from policymakers, topics with a substantial research base about the economic effects of policies, and topics where there's a straightforwardness of modeling policy alternatives. Think about things in standardized units, dollars, numbers of people, tax rates, where you're more or less turning a dial. Much harder to do dynamic estimates in cases where there are structural changes in programs or the tax code. I want to emphasize here that all the considerations I've talked about and that we discussed in the paper might evolve over time as the research base evolves, as the capacity of CBO and JCT evolve. And that's part of why we try to focus here on a framework for analyzing pros and cons rather than giving an answer about which approach is best. The third key question about dynamic scoring that we address is how it might be done. In the paper, we look at CBO's and JCT's past dynamic analyses, but I'm not going to go into the specifics of that here. The paper then goes on to analyze the illustrative examples I mentioned earlier. One is a potential increase in green cards for holders of advanced STEM degrees. I've already given you the highlight of that work. Our other examples are potential changes in federal investment and federal permitting. For those examples, our model is a report by CBO. CBO's 2021 report on federal infrastructure spending can be applied directly to federal funding for research and development. The report uses flexible modeling organized around 5 key factors: how state and local governments respond to additional federal funding, how quickly funding leads to outlays, how quickly outlays increase productivity, how much outlays increase productivity, and how outlays are financed. Economics research offers evidence on all these factors for federal R&D, and Heidi actually presented a paper this morning at the NBER's Tax Policy and the Economy Conference with co-authors that, in fact, applies this framework to look at research and development spending. CBO's report on increasing federal infrastructure spending might also be applied later to federal permitting. The National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, requires major infrastructure projects that are federally funded or subsidized to receive permits before construction. Accelerating the permitting process might increase spending on infrastructure projects, might affect economic growth. At this point, the literature is not sufficient in our view to do credible dynamic scoring, but as the research literature in this area develops over time, dynamic scoring will become more feasible in this area as well. Again, illustrating there isn't a simple answer probably to what to do right now or at a particular point in time, but that the right answer might evolve. So I'll conclude here. Over time, CBO and JCT have drawn on expanding evidence bases, built new tools, and gained experience in analyzing the effects of potential policy changes on labor, capital, productivity, and other economic measures, and then the feedback on the federal budget. This kind of information about the effects of policies on economic growth is especially important when labor force growth is slowing and government debt is rising. But decisions by Congress about the extent to which such analyses should be included in budget estimates or perhaps presented in other ways involve trade-offs regarding time, resources, accuracy, and comparability. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Doug. The first discussant is Bill Hoagland.
Thank you, Janice. In 1976, I was a young budget analyst at the newly established Congressional Budget Office. Alice called me over to her office one afternoon and said, "Go over to the Senate Agriculture Committee and explain my estimates." I had developed a very simple linear regression model to estimate participation in the food stamp program at that time, now SNAP, and the cost associated with it. I traipsed over to the Senate Russell building to explain to, of all people, Senator Hubert Humphrey, my estimates and how I was very proud, how the standard error of the estimate meant that the number could range anywhere between X and Y. The senator stopped me. He said, "Son, we don't appropriate dollars in a range. We appropriate dollars a specific number." I tell that story because regardless of whether CBO or JCT are doing conventional or dynamic estimates, ultimately what matters in the legislative process is a point estimate. In fairness to Doug and the authors, the paper acknowledges this, and the estimates are also often uncertain. My commentary here, I feel a little bit out of place, is presented not as an academic scholar or researcher compared to the authors or the audience here, but as a longtime former congressional staffer. The authors are to be congratulated on advancing the dynamic budget scoring debate. The current paper extends and builds upon and modifies Doug's seminal 215 budget paper here at Brookings also of why and how to do dynamic scoring. The paper adds the additional element of when to apply dynamic scoring. I would have added also what should it be added to. Overall, this is another major contribution to the literature. Nonetheless, the paper reaffirms in my mind that the debates surrounding dynamic scoring will remain ongoing. And here at the outset, I want to make a differentiate something very specific, as the paper does, between dynamic analysis and dynamic scoring. To this day, the agencies, after 3 decades of debate, limit their dynamic scoring due to the 3 criticisms that Doug has raised: uncertainty, model investments, and time required. The paper provides strong and I think defensible responses to these criticisms. The paper focuses primarily on CBO spending estimates, not JCT's estimates. I welcome this focus. I have long argued that applying dynamic scoring only to the federal tax legislation is incomplete, unfair, and inconsistent if it is not also applied to the major spending programs. I have 2 general comments. First, the authors apparently no longer believe that the current rule triggering, as Doug mentioned, the major legislation, no longer believe that's effective or useful. However, what the paper was not clear was what is being proposed as an alternative to the rule completely. If in the 119th Congress the rule were to be dropped or revised, what would replace it, if anything? Or, as paper leads me to believe, inferred, if nothing else, a one-off consult, negotiate request between Congress and the agencies. Even if there's no congressional rule, it will be hard to put the genie back in the bottle. I doubt the tax writing committees will ever give up on asking JCT to do dynamic scoring. Second, and more specific, what the paper does not adequately address is the application of applying dynamic scoring within the current rules, procedures, and limitations placed upon the agencies by the Congress itself. Here, I'm very specific. Number one, scorekeeping rules. Number two, the distinction between interaction between discretionary spending and mandatory spending. Number three, the jurisdictional disputes related to what we call pay-go and the legislative office requirements, and find the available resources. On the question of why, maybe more important today, and to this audience I need not deliberate on it, is the politically charged environment we live in. And with a burgeoning federal debt growing, both presidential candidates raise the issue of dynamic scoring, even if they don't realize it. And they do it in a way, unfortunately, that does not satisfy my concerns about the country's unsustainable fiscal future. In response to a question back on August the 18th of how the Harris administration would pay for her proposals, the Vice President responded, "Investing in a broad-based economy, everyone benefits, and it pays for itself in that way." I'm from the bipartisan policy, being very bipartisan about this. In a speech on August the 23rd in Arizona, former President Trump was asked how he would pay for the centerpiece of his economic agenda, which was extending the 2017 tax cuts. His response, growth, we're going to have tremendous growth. I am pleased that the authors, at least in the footnote, Doug, that they maintain the hypothesis that deficits are not self-financing, clearly including the effects of labor supply, savings, and investment and productivity into cost estimates will improve estimates if, quoting from your 2015 paper, quote, "The estimates are for policies that are likely to have significant feedback effects if the estimates of those feedback effects are centered around the actual effects, and if the spread of those estimates is small." Meeting these three factors, significant, centered, and small spread, the authors initially asserted in their earlier paper that there was not a high bar to reach. I'm pleased that they dropped that high bar definition. The famous British statistician, George E.P. Box, is remembered for his salient observation that, and I quote, "All models are wrong, but some are useful." So yes, I think dynamic models are useful. CBO and JCT should continue to provide dynamic analysis and, when appropriate, dynamic scoring, but when and to what? Here the answer is a little bit more nuanced. It depends. I agree that in recent years, the agencies have invested a lot in the tools of dynamic analysis and gained much experience from that analysis. Those have, however, been targeted, one-off investigations, such as the specific CBO analysis that the paper identifies. Developing dynamic scoring for different areas of policy also makes perfect sense, but it requires the agencies to forecast, project, and prioritize what major policies the Congress will likely address in the future. That's not going to be easy to do. Further, if we are abandoning the major legislative rule for who should determine when to apply dynamic scoring and for what policies, in order to maintain CBO and JCT's credibility and, quite frankly, their funding base, this ultimately must be a decision between the client, Congress, and the agencies. The Budget Act, in creating CBO, defines as its duties and functions, first and foremost, assistance to budget committees, second, assistance to the Committee on Appropriations, all other committees to the extent practicable. I am biased, I admit. I was on the Budget Committee a long time. But I conclude that the process for making decisions about dynamic scoring belongs first with the chairman and ranking members of the Budget Committee and the Joint Committee on Taxation and the agencies themselves, followed by consultant, particularly the committee that butters their bread, the Appropriations Committee. Those committees will, of course, consult with their leadership. I note that the agency's combined resources over the last 8 years has been a 1% real increase, requiring additional analysis, dynamic analysis will put a strain on the agencies going forward unless those resources are to increase. Dynamic analysis will always take a back seat to the regular order of doing the conventional estimates. Doug had a figure, I think, I don't know, it's more like 900 annual conventional estimates. Phil can justify or can clarify that. 900 annual conventional CBO. Joint tax does 3,500 estimates on bills and admins. That's an average. In 2017, the last time we did a major tax bill, JCT received over 7,000 requests. Further, given Congress' propensity to stack major legislation into the final days of a session, and given the time required to produce dynamic estimates, the inevitable tensions with CBO and JCT and members of Congress need to be resolved to be avoided. Dynamic scoring will take time. On how, and here the paper's R&D discussion highlights one concern I have. Set aside whether R&D productivity effects are different done in a tax bill or in an appropriation bill. Current scorekeeping rules apply. Those rules allow the tax writing committee to be scored with the macroeconomic benefits of increased revenues from providing R&D tax credits by using the additional dynamically scored revenues to offset other non-dynamically stored tax provisions. To if increased direct appropriations in the appropriation process for R&D funding were to be provided, it would not provide the appropriators committees with any additional flexibility to increase appropriations in other non-dynamic dynamic spending provisions. The example, I think, requires a rethink of congressional scorekeeping rules if dynamic scoring is to be applied fairly to both spending and revenue legislation, specifically something we call Rule Number 3. This rule prevents CBO from attributing appropriation increases in a particular account that might result in reduced spending in a mandatory account being scored to the appropriation account. And this is important when you have discretionary caps, as we have over last year. And this is a slippery slope that follows when we say what to apply dynamic scoring for discretion. Should an increase in discretionary spending in the WIC program funding, which would potentially result in a reduction in the mandatory Medicaid spending, should that be allowed? If so, who should be scored, if you like, with the reduction, the Senate Finance Committee or the Senate Appropriation Committee? While recently restricted somewhat, one-time changes in mandatory spending programs done in appropriation process, what we call CHIMPs, will be scored to appropriators. The immigration population model I like is a very good approach to providing partial analysis of immigration policy. But other than immigration, few other policies came to my mind that would have the same kind of direct population impact. The exception might be in health policy, which leads me to my disappointment that the paper leaves aside dynamic scoring in health care. Given the future growth of federal spending on health care, the population-based model could apply here. As an example, the model could apply where Medicare population with specific metabolic conditions qualify for, as an example, anti-obesity medication. Finally, a full dynamic analysis of immigration, or for that matter, any other major federal policy, would include the impact of the policy on state and local entities. Section 202 of the Unfunded Mandates Reform Act of 1995 requires CBO to analyze the impact of federal legislation on state and local. In conclusion, in a very polarized political environment, with multiple stakeholders and advocates advancing their own political agenda, broad systems thinking is required. A robust application of dynamic scoring applied to major public policy issues as presented in this paper is an important tool to inform and guide policymakers in managing this rich and complex system we live in today. However, when to apply dynamic scoring to specific legislation, unfortunately, I conclude probably not right now. Individual one-off CBO JCT estimates that incorporate the variance of dynamic analysis should continue and will add to the general knowledge of the decision makers. However, applying dynamic scoring more broadly to reported legislation at this time, I think, remains questionable. This is particularly true given the current official scorekeeping rules. Those rules admittedly focus on deficits in the near term. Dynamic scoring, by its very nature, has a long-term fiscal policy focus. Should those rules be changed or modified? It's unclear. Until they are changed or modified, however, dynamic scoring could delight some program advocates for increased mandatory spending or reduced taxes and disappoint others, those with funded by discretion. We simply also cannot ignore the fact that some of those who advocate for dynamic scoring also advance a progressive agenda that today will conflict with conservative limited government agenda. The debate will go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. The second discussant is Debbie Lucas.
Cool. Good. Well, it's great to be following a legend like Bill Hoagland on the budget community. I actually entered the dynamic scoring debate a quarter century after he did when I went to the Congressional Budget Office to work with Dan Crippen in 2000. Dynamic scoring was a very hot and contentious topic then. Dan Crippen was strongly against it, and I got a text from him this morning which said, I'm still against it. But then I went back to CBO, and my latest boss there was Doug Elmendorf. So it's a privilege and also very daunting to be discussing a paper where he's the co-author, especially when I'm not in total agreement. But we'll let the chips fall where they may. So I'm just going to give some framing comments on the purposes, processes, and politics of scoring to frame my comments. I want to delve more deeply into pros and cons of alternative approaches to scoring and talk about the immigration and the productivity example and a few conclusions. So, budget scores are incredibly important. They are the price system facing federal policymakers. I like to call it the visible hand that's going to guide the allocation of scarce public resources between competing uses. And I want to emphasize that in thinking about really what do these scores do, I think its highest value added is in informing policymakers about microeconomic trade-offs. If I'm thinking about an insurance policy and I want to add a greater deductible, how much resources are freed up to do other things in the budget? So I think really it's microeconomic allocational guidance rather than its macroeconomic implications like what's going to happen to the deficit, which are really important because we can figure out what's going to happen to the deficit without delving into these kind of technical details of the budget score. Okay. So I also think, everyone has kind of said this, but I want to just emphasize that it is really important in thinking about the pros and cons of changing the budget scoring process, that budget scores are necessary, but definitely not sufficient statistics for policy analysis. It's really important to understand that the budget is a rule-based measure of what policies costs. Budget scores simply don't attempt to measure benefits. This is probably the crucial observation that's going to go through all my comments, which is, I think one of the beauties and the strength of the budget process is, in fact, it only does aim to measure costs. You can't decide if a policy is good or bad based on cost, but then again, it's very difficult to measure benefits, arguably impossible for most things. I always like to give the example of take buying another missile for the Defense Department. We know exactly what it costs, but we have no idea really how to quantify the benefits. So it's a large asymmetry between those two things. Okay, but aside from the issue that benefits are not included, there are already a lot of biases relative to what economists would like in budget scores, even as a measure of cost. So I've enumerated them here. There is this 10-year budget window for some of the policies that come up in this paper, like immigration. A lot of the effects are beyond 10 years. There's no discounting. There's no accounting for likely reauthorizations. My own career has focused a lot on problems with accrual estimates in the budget. I'll say they're biased, but not go any further than that. And then also this idea of unfunded mandates. There's a lot of policies that have the incidence of a tax. When you tell a company they have to do something, it's like a tax, but it isn't included in the budget. So by no means is the budget even a comprehensive measure of cost. And I mentioned that partly because when we're thinking about expanding to dynamic scoring, the question is, what do we gain on the margin given these other distortions are there? Okay. It also came up, that CBO has very limited resources. I thought it would be useful for the audience to just get a sense of how limited. My summary statement on that is CBO is far, far under-resourced compared to, say, the Federal Reserve. So for all of you central bankers, if you would donate a few of the staff of the Federal Reserve System to the Congressional Budget Office, we might have better policy outcomes all around. But in any case, CBO, I know, it's going to be controversial, but not to the CBO side of the room. Okay. So there's about 220 analysts at CBO, and of those, about 90 are in BAD, the Budget Analysis Division, and those are the people who do the budget scoring. The rest of the organization supports budget scoring, but they're the ones who create other reports that also help to inform Congress. In terms of dynamic scoring that brings in macroeconomics, it's important to understand that within CBO, the Macroeconomic Analysis Division has good people, but there's only 15 analysts. So if you imagine the task of expanding to take into account the macroeconomic effects on all these 700 or 3,000 or however many estimates, there really isn't the capacity to do that in any detail. So if you did go and do that, you would have to do it by necessity in a rather superficial way. Okay, so this has already been mentioned too, but I want to say that really what drives my comments and where I come down on dynamic scoring is that lawmakers have widely divergent views on what the truth is, particularly about the benefits of different policies. And it's of paramount importance that they continue to support this process whereby CBO numbers continue to be the arbiter of what cost is. So that agreement has held. It's certainly been challenged at certain times in the past, and I would argue that that agreement is really fragile, especially at such a contentious political time as we have right now. So I think when we're thinking about how we want to change the budget process, protecting the credibility and perceived neutrality of the estimation process has to be a top concern. And I think in order to do that, we really need to have budget rules that continue what some might think is an overly narrow focus on costs and not on benefits, because as soon as you come to benefits, no matter how many academic studies you have, different people are going to have different notions of what truth is, and it's just going to, I think, make it harder to maintain this agreement to use CBO scores. And also CBO does have these other mechanisms to produce fuller policy guidance, just not in the form of policy scores. Okay, so I wanted to delve a little bit more deeply into the alternative approaches to scoring, the status quo as opposed to dynamic scoring. And I want to actually add a critical distinction that isn't in the paper that I think is important in this discussion of where we might go in changing the rules. So just very quickly, the current approach is imagine that Congress proposes policy A, they send it to CBO, the lawyers there read language, the analysts look at it, and they think, well, okay, this is, and I want to talk about an appropriated policy. So maybe Congress is going to make $1 million available to it, but we actually think that the take-up is going to absorb less than $1 million because there aren't enough eligible participants to really use that full million. So you're going to do this behavioral adjustment, which I actually think of as primarily a demand adjustment, and then CBO is going to come back with a budgetary score for policy A. So that I would call a narrow behavioral and typical status quo approach to scoring. So what's nice about this is it's simple, it's easy to explain, transparent. You don't need a lot of information, although it does require gathering information. But as the paper very clearly says, for large proposed expenditures or laws that cause major changes to the rest of the budget, it can result in significant bias. So enter dynamic scoring. We still have the same policy A that comes into CBO, and we're still going to think about narrow demand effects. But now we're going to think, well, also, what does this policy do to the macroeconomy? Doug emphasized GDP, but I think various aspects of the macroeconomy. But then, furthermore, not only are we going to see what it does to the macroeconomy, but we're going to see how those macro effects feed back to the rest of the budget, standing policies. So say we have a policy that expands GDP, it increases tax revenue and all of that, so that's coming back through all these other policies. What I want to emphasize on this slide is actually dynamic scoring here consists of two distinct things. One is analyzing macroeconomic effects, but the other is then identifying spillover effects, which is how those macro effects are going to affect the cost of all the other policies that the government is undertaking. So certainly this can add accuracy in some cases, but it has a lot of shortcomings. And the paper defends that CBO has good enough models in order to do the macro part well. And I could quibble with that, but I have very little time, so I'm not going to here. I will in my written comments. But what I think is most important is this opening the door to really focusing on spillover effects, because I would argue that spillover effects lead you down a slippery slope to asking questions about how the benefits of a particular policy are going to affect particular other policies. So in fact, I want to say that another approach, and one I think actually the paper kind of opens the door to, but it isn't given a different name, I wouldn't call it dynamic scoring, because to me the dynamic word means you're inserting the macroeconomic piece. But rather it's the question of, well, when you look at policy A, should you also assess how it affects policy H and policy T? And in fact, maybe those direct effects are much more important than the indirect macroeconomic effects, because there's a lot of policies that have a very small effect on the macroeconomy, but they might have a huge effect on other policies. So for example, if the policy were to fund a vaccine that cures cancer, it would greatly reduce healthcare costs. So the direct effect would be very large, but arguably the macro effects would be much smaller. Okay, so just to quickly talk about immigration, one reason I brought approach 3 to the table was to say that, interestingly, the way CBO currently treats immigration really seems to match, from their description, my approach number 3. And I would say that that kind of tension between CBO and JCT is kind of taking approach 1 and CBO is taking approach 3, and that's where you're getting this disconnect in, which is creating a bias towards underestimating the positive effects of immigration. But as the authors note, we don't need a full-blown dynamic score to remedy this. And as they also suggest, labor supply effects would be an elegant way of kind of reconciling the differences between what JCT does and what CBO does. So I almost was on board with that. But then I thought about it more, and I thought, well, but another way to reconcile the two approaches would actually have CBO take a more conservative approach and go back to approach one, because what CBO is doing is they're trying to say, well, immigration would do this to welfare programs and would do this to other spending programs, but it's not that comprehensive. So perhaps CBO, sorry. Wow, that was bad. Could take a more modest approach rather than having JCT take a more expansive approach. But I could be very comfortable with the labor supply effect. On productivity, I actually think this is a very good example of why it can be very problematic to start to introduce more spillover effects. I mentioned this discussion to one of my more conservative friends, and she was on the fence about whether it was a good or bad idea to have dynamic scoring. And I said, well, they want to score positive effects of productivity enhancing programs. She said, oh, no, I wouldn't want to go to dynamic scoring for that. But I mean, it just kind of speaks to how contentious some of these things are. And I think productivity is kind of key on that. So just, I'm not going to read all my conclusions, but I want to say that the issues raised in this paper are extremely important, and they actually underscore the need to seriously revisit the budget process in many dimensions. I mean, the 1974 Budget Act set out a lot of these rules, and I don't think there's been a gathering that has seriously revisited those rules in light of all the things that have progressed since that time. And so I think this paper is a great reminder that these are issues that are very important, that we need to think more about them. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. So the first response goes to Phil Swagel.
Great. Thanks, Jen, very much. And there's other CBO colleagues here, so if someone after me says something egregious, maybe someone else can respond, or I can come back. So let me just start by saying thank you. Oh, good, Glenn. Thank you. Thanks to the authors. It's a very distinguished group, and we really appreciate this input, and that's the biggest takeaway. So obviously everything else I have to say is notes of caution, but don't let the balance of words distract you from my feeling. And I really encourage anyone who has suggestions on what dynamic analysis we should be doing to please tell us. Tell me, tell Jeff. Julie Topoleski is here, oversees our labor work. So there's lots of ways to tell us. And members want this. Members of Congress want dynamic analysis from CBO. JCT could speak for themselves. I assume they get requests for it also. And we're working to do more. Immigration is part of that, and I think we've done a tremendous amount of work, and we're still doing a lot more work on immigration. Obviously, again, tax policy, the JCT, we're thinking about where else would it matter, and the discussants mentioned some things. We're thinking about health, Bill. We're thinking about, I'm working on hepatitis C, so you treat a lot of people for hepatitis C. Maybe people will work instead of be on the sidelines. Labor policy, energy policy, regulation. We're not really set up to do regulation, but members want it, so we're trying to think. So anything that affects growth, we're trying to think about it. As the paper says, we did work on infrastructure investment, and we focused on roads and bridges, which was a part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was enacted. I thought it was a really nice paper, and actually thank you to the authors for highlighting it. It was 30 years, right? It takes 7 years to build a road or a bridge, and then you get lots of benefits. There's productivity spillovers, and that affects GDP, comes back to revenues. So we did, looking at over 30 years, used essentially accrual accounting, different discount rates, different crowding out assumptions. I thought it was a really nice paper. Congress operates in nominal dollars, and members of Congress think in nominal dollars, and they think over 10 years. So, that's just the reality. And so it was a really nice paper, but probably the impact on the legislative process was modest just because of that reality. Now, the same legislation that included the money for roads and bridges also had money for electric buses. I live in Montgomery County. I think Montgomery County now has electric buses from that money. It also included money for rural broadband. Now, we need an evidence base. What's the dynamic effect of those? But then, because that's one, and the authors say that, once there's an evidence base, it's really hard to think about implementation. And so think about rural broadband. And my understanding is that the way the executive branch is deploying those dollars is somehow they're not using the service that provides high-speed broadband to rural areas and is widely used and accepted by the private sector. They're doing something else or some mix of other things. I don't think we could have predicted that. Maybe we should have, but boy, that would really confound our dynamic analysis. And it would be really difficult. And think about the CHIPS Act provides resources and leaves implementation to the executive branch. It'd be really hard. A green investment bank in the future. Okay, so again, these are the words of caution. One other word of caution it's not a caution, but it's just something to think about is, in some sense, to what extent will this matter for policy? And as the authors say, policymakers get a lot of information, from us, but they get a lot of information on their own, and they, as they should. And so things like immigration, my experience is that policymakers understand the economic impacts of immigration. I don't know if they have Cobb Douglas in their minds or something, but whatever, but they get it. It makes me think of the late Dale Jorgens, actually, but they get it. And they don't agree on every particular area. They think we're missing information on state and local governments and the impact on state and local governments, but they get it. And so just the paper highlights the kind of high-powered nature of high-skilled immigration, and it just the caution is I don't think that's our dynamic analysis is not the thing that's stopping anyone's preferred immigration policy from going forward. It's a tough policy area, and there's just lots of barriers to that legislation. So again, the authors know this. So that's my other caution. And yeah, let me just go back and I just need to set realistic expectations. Debbie's explained some of them on what CBO can do, and then my caution is the extent to which it will matter. So that's enough of the cautions. And again, thank you. It's a great paper. We're working on it. I'd be grateful for any suggestions on what more we should do.
We'll go over to Alan Auerbach and then Wendy Edelberg.
Excuse my hoarseness. 2 points. First of all, in answer to one of Debbie's suggestions about considering spillover effects explicitly, I think that's already part of the scoring process. When you increase the standard deduction, that's going to affect the other deductions that people take, and that's already a full part of the scoring process, and that would be true of having one government program expand that would then cause people not to need to get benefits from another program. That's already part of the standard scoring process. So I think it's a good thing to do, but I think it's already being done. The point I was going to make is that going to dynamic scoring is going to absolutely require the agency doing the scoring to make assumptions about future government policies and future monetary policy. So, for example, you have a policy that increases the deficit. What is the deficit feedback rule? Well, we'll talk about that tomorrow morning, but you have to assume something. Okay, the deficit goes up because of this tax cut. What is the future path of fiscal policy in response to that? Now, if you say it's nothing, then what you're really saying is, well, it's nothing in the next 10 years, but in the years after that, it's going to have to be something because eventually things are going to unravel. Likewise with monetary policy. This is a inflation increasing policy. The Fed has, as we've just discussed, the Fed has a policy of dealing with inflation. That has to be built in. So you have to make explicit assumptions about fiscal responses and monetary responses. You also have to make assumptions about what other governments do. So just for example, suppose, just to randomly pick a policy, suppose we were thinking of imposing a 20% tariff on all imports. I know it sounds crazy, but just imagine. Then, okay, do other governments retaliate? Which sectors? On which sectors do they retaliate? This is obviously going to have macroeconomic consequences, whether you assume no retaliation, and those have to be incorporated. And there's two concerns one might have about this. One is, how good are your forecasts about this sort of thing? And that's just part of the general problem of dynamic scoring. But the other is the controversy that, particularly in the case of fiscal policy, you're telling Congress, here is what we think you're going to do in the future in response to what you're doing now. And that is very much at odds with the way scoring typically goes, which is to not assume facts not in evidence, that is not to incorporate in baselines policies that have not yet been adopted.
Wendy?
So I'm happy to be going right after Alan because, in fact, my first point was about the baseline, where all of the issues that you just described have to be grappled with. So CBO's economic and budget baseline have to incorporate some path for monetary policy. And it is, very disciplined to be a current law baseline. Then you might say, but surely, where's your closure rule? And what I'll say is, the way I described it when I was there, our closure rule is basically like our collective closure rule that we all have in our heads of what's going to happen to fiscal policy, 50 years from now, 100 years from now. Like, we're all here living our lives. We're not, hiding in bunkers eating Spam. Like, somehow we think, even given current law, we think that somehow the U.S. government will continue to be a going concern. So I think all of those things are somehow in CBO's baseline, which brings me to Debbie's point about benefits. So CBO's baseline has to incorporate all of the feedback of current law to the macroeconomy, maybe not at the provision by provision level, but certainly for big provisions, CBO is thinking hard about how fiscal policy affects the macroeconomy. And I just want to make sure that you guys aren't thinking about benefits in a broader sense than I think Debbie probably means it. When you think about dynamic scoring, the benefits that would incorporate is only the feedback to the budget. It's not what you might be thinking of the broad benefits of fiscal policy. So take, for example, if policymakers were contemplating a massive cut to current Social Security benefits. If you were to ask what's the dynamic score of that, it would be a big increase in labor force participation, particularly among Social Security recipients, higher saving rates, et cetera. All of those things would have positive feedback to the budget, but very arguably, we would have different, arguments about what the effects were on welfare. The last thing I want to say is, as much as policymakers really want dynamic analysis, it was my experience talking to policymakers and their staff that they really didn't want the score, that they rather have their talking point. Either they thought that the effects were going to be really bad for the economy and they wanted that talking point, and they didn't want to know what our number was, or they thought it was going to be really positive and they didn't want our number. So I think, you really do need a process that doesn't rely on policymakers.
Okay. I'm going to go to Jason and Ben.
So Wendy's last point is why doing this is so important, because people fill in very different numbers than the reality. I would suggest that you put forward a particular policy and dynamically score it. It's to spend $5 million a year to hire 30 more people to do dynamic scoring. And how much better would legislation need to get in order for that policy to pay for itself? I think under any plausible assumption, that would be one of the few free lunch pay for itself that even you, Doug, would agree accomplish that. And then the last thing is, a lot of the comments I'm hearing here sound to me like something is between 0 and 10. You're not really sure if it's 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, so great, let's just put down 0. And that just can't be the right way for an agency to do something.
Okay. Ben and then Bill Gale.
Very quickly, kind of picking up on Jason's uncertainty point, this is more of a question for the authors. How do you think about scoring in the face of extreme uncertainty? So, for example, we had a $1.9 trillion ARP bill that was passed before we had an Omicron or Delta wave. We had no idea about the outcome of the pandemic, and therefore we had no idea about the utility of the bill. A more extreme example would be, what if CBO knew with 1% chance an asteroid would hit the United States and there was a $100 billion bill to avoid it? How do you score that? How do you score against these extreme outcomes? And is the current scoring convention fundamentally biased against these type of outcomes? Is it biased against insurance-like programs? Thanks.
Okay. Bill Gale?
Thanks. The paper asks 3 questions: why, when, and how. And it just occurred to me that if you want to know, like, the true costs and benefits, you might add another question, which is over what time period, because some policies, the dynamic effects happen fast. Some policies, like investment in kids, take a long time to show benefits.
Okay. Jonathan Pingle?
Yeah, so the extremely distinguished authors are going to tell me this is self-evident in the paper, which I have actually read. But my question basically is the relative mass of discussion on uncertainty relative to magnitude, right? So, I mean, if I think about CBO, they've revised the spend out for the IIJA pretty much every budget update. The estimates for the IRA are, have been revised substantially. Large range of estimates. So there's substantial uncertainty in all of this, and that includes estimates of labor supply. But why wouldn't we consider more heavily, where it might matter, right? Like something like immigration, or where some of the dynamic scoring could really potentially move the needle.
Okay. Mark Goldwine?
Thanks. I apologize. I got to make my statement and then run, but it was a great paper. I want to raise one really practical concern, which has already come up a bit in dynamic analysis, which is so much of the end game of legislation is a very fast amendment process, including a manager's amendment. CBO can barely keep up with static updates to that are really kind of fully static, and I worry that puts you with that creates a very tough choice between really delaying the estimate, Congress has nothing, or forcing policymakers to compare a conventional estimate to a dynamic estimate, which creates all sorts of extra problems.
Okay. Mark Mazur and Brian Sack.
Thank you. I'm going to focus on tax issues and try not to be too cynical. Generally, the revenue estimates, as pointed out, have a big confidence interval around them. And their confidence interval is larger for innovative policies or structural changes. And I think one of the things that happens in the case of dynamic analysis, we forget about this, and we forget about the Joel Slemrod hierarchy of responses, which are first you get timing changes, then you get paper transactions, then you get tax avoidance, and then way down the list, you get real economic behavior. And what dynamic scoring tends to do is put real economic behavior really up there and kind of give it a lot more emphasis. And I think what that does is give us bias toward tax cuts. And we sort of see that with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and some other recent things, which when we update the estimates, they tend to be smaller macro estimates than they were initially. And so that means that it puts us in a difficult situation going forward for budget deficits and so on. I guess the question is, what are you doing to deal with that systematic bias?
Okay. Brian?
So the question I was going to raise is when and by how much is it appropriate to incorporate a potential response from financial markets? So, we already talked about we have to incorporate a response from the Fed, which is a very important part of financial markets in terms of the path of the short rates. I think to date, CBO has not generally incorporated a meaningful response of other risk premia in markets, most notably the premia on Treasury securities, whose supply is being directly affected, especially for the larger legislative proposals. And I don't know the answer here. I mean, I think it's hard to say with confidence how market risk premia or the term premia will respond to supply considerations, but it's fundamental to the budget. And obviously interest expense is very large today. And, over the past 2 decades, we have seen a major repricing of treasuries related to supply. Treasuries used to trade at yields below, the 10-year treasury below swaps. Now they're 50 basis points above swaps. That's a huge move. It's just happened slowly, and it's hard to look at any particular week or month or even year and tease out the effect, but it's clearly there. So I think it's an open question, an important one, when CBO should start to incorporate those feedback mechanisms.
Thank you. Henry Aaron.
Two completely different comments. One is to add an item to the spillover effect example that you gave earlier that I think is very difficult. Social Security is in a hole presently, or soon to be, and one of the suggested steps would be to extend the payroll tax to fringe benefits. Now, if one did so, one could imagine a straightforward estimate of the impact of that on revenues, but it would be very hard, I think, to take account of the behavioral responses certain to occur but impossible to specify in the behavior of employers, in the use of Medicare and Medicaid, and on and on. So you might want to add that as an example. The other question is speculative. Immigration is a non-budget decision of the government. So is patent law. And yet the impact of patent law changes on revenues and expenditures all over the map probably dwarf most of the legislation that is commonly estimated. Is there any conceivable way of addressing that? And if so, how? It's a stalking horse for a larger class, of which immigration is also an example. Non-budgetary legislation that has a powerful impact on both revenues and expenditures.
Koichiro Ito.
So I'm totally outside of this field, so maybe this point is naive, but I'm wondering sounds like what you need is evidence of behavioral responses for many different things, essentially a lot of different elasticity estimates. And I'm wondering if CBO is already trying to take some evidence from different applied microeconomics field. So like labor economics, environmental economics, we try to estimate many different responses. And one concrete example I know is some climate change, some researchers looking at climate change impact, they actually try to collect those like applied micro evidence to put that into kind of bigger model to think about bigger kind of macroeconomic impact. So like similar exercise might be helpful at CBO, and maybe you're already doing it, but I'm wondering if that kind of things could be useful.
Okay. Jeff Kling.
I just want to leave you with a concluding thought which amplifies the first thing that Phil said, which is CBO is committed to continuous improvement, and our goal is to provide the most comprehensive information that we can, to provide information that is higher quality next year than it was this year, and so on. And so the way in which the information is used by the Congress is up to the Congress, and how the Congress chooses to use the information in terms of budget enforcement, they will make decisions about. And it's our job to provide the best information that we can. Related to one of the things that Brian said earlier, in a high-intensity effort, we will try to do an entire counterfactual economic forecast under the policy relative to the baseline, which does aspire to incorporate all of the effects that would go into any baseline forecast, including things that happen with the Federal Reserve, things that happen in financial markets, anything that would affect any of the macroeconomic aggregates. And so, we can't do a new economic forecast for every policy, but just to give you an example of, for the really big stuff, that is our aspiration.
Susan Athey and George Akerlof.
So just a quick comment on the process. I think I might have thought before going into government myself that it would just be impossible to do all of these complex analyses with a small team. But then I supervised a team of a few dozen economists who evaluated a couple thousand mergers a year relatively effectively. Of course, a lot of the way that you do that is you use heuristics, and a lot of the analysis is short term, which also makes mistakes. But I also saw what are some tools that you can use to improve the productivity while expanding the quality of that work to incorporate more complex things. And I think having a lot of case studies and especially choosing areas of policy focus to develop the expertise, and you just build the muscle. And in my experience in the business world, you can have a very big decision, and yes, they have the resources, but actually it's like 2 or 3 people doing a cost-benefit analysis very quickly, whether it's like a $5 billion decision or like a $5 million decision, because that's just the way decisions get made. So, and how do they do that and not completely run the economy on the ground? Well, it's again, you develop heuristics, you develop experience, you develop measures that sort of stand in for the long-term important things you care about. So the reason I thought it was worth speaking about that here is I do think that there's a way that outsiders can also contribute to this process by continuing to develop the case studies as you did in your paper and really work them all the way through. And over time, in specifically the most important policy areas where you think you're getting it the most wrong, you can work out some of the hard issues. And that's what makes it possible for staff to then relatively quickly apply those heuristics where they're not reinventing the wheel every time. So maybe that's something that we can all contribute to. Thanks.
George?
I just want to repeat that. I am worried that the system as a whole is apt to be gamed, and I feel all kinds of ways to game it. And I guess I've lived around Washington long enough to know that that's possible.
Okay. I think we made it to everybody and nobody online. Good. Okay, then. Do you want to, Glenn is going to do the, I'll turn it back to the authors and you can arm wrestle.
Okay, can I jump in?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
please, Glenn.
Sorry for not being there. A boring economist is somebody who gives up a conference dinner in Paris to talk about dynamic scoring. Thanks for having me. I first came across dynamic scoring in 1991. First day I showed up at the Office of Tax Analysis in the Treasury, I received a letter from Congressman Army, who was one of the Republican leaders, criticizing the office for not doing dynamic scoring and calling me a socialist. So I called in the staff leaders and said, I have 2 questions. What the heck is dynamic scoring? And 2, why am I a socialist? So I got involved over many decades in this, actually commented on Doug's Brookings paper 2 decades after that. And some things I think I always believed in, and some things have changed. The things that I always believed were educating members of Congress is important. As Doug said, people want to know this information. It's experts' job to help them. And second, there's uncertainty everywhere, so that can't be an excuse. I think what's changed, and I thought Susan Athey picked this up super well, is the value of processes that bring in outside expert advice. And both CBO and JCT already solicit this advice very well to develop rules of thumb and heuristics, and I think we can be doing much more of this. The discussants have raised a terrific set of points, and I think, yes, I would agree that CBO probably deserves more money, as does the Joint Committee on Taxation. But I think that the staffs really have shown the ability to develop great muscle for doing modeling work over time. And I think this exercise is worth doing. We're not recommending everything as a score. I'm not sure we, among the 3 of us, even have a uniform view there. But we think it's very important for analysis to do that. I think in terms of the comments and questions, many, many very valuable things raised. To Alan Auerbach's point, I agree that you're implicitly making assumptions about the path of government policy, but you do that in every estimate. If you're assuming that effects somehow get offset somewhere else, if you're assuming that the Fed's maintaining aggregate demand, all of those are our assumptions, I'm not sure I see this as much different. In terms of examples about needing to focus on time periods, yes, of course, 10 years is an artificial construct, but a well-done dynamic score or dynamic analysis, I think, can make that clear. As to the case studies, I think our point of view, and Doug only hinted at this in his great presentation, is that we need a process for figuring out which areas matter. Some of that's going to come from members of Congress and the CBO itself or JCT, but some from outside academic experts who say, we know a heck of a lot more about an area like immigration, perhaps today, than we knew in the past. Another example that came up that's related to some of the questions is permitting, which we talk about in the paper. That's not something you normally think of as having budget effects, but as we argue, it can change both the sign and the magnitude of some of the infrastructure effects that we estimate. So again, thanks for the great and very helpful comments.
So thank you. Let me build on Glenn's terrific remarks, all of which I agree with. I'm grateful for everybody's comments, particularly Bill and Debbie. I've learned a great deal from both of them in my time working with them, and it's good to have their perspectives on these issues. I want to do a call out to the amazing analysts at CBO and JCT who do just an incredible job under great time pressure and sometimes other kinds of pressure. And part of why I was persuaded to come back to this topic was the view that they have built more and learned more over the decades since I was at CBO and working with our colleagues at JCT. And it is their progress at doing dynamic analysis that actually gives me reason to want to come back to this topic and to feel positive about what can be done in the future. I came to dynamic scoring 30 years minus 2 months ago. The Republicans won the majority in the House of Representatives in the fall of 1994 for the first time in decades. And that took an issue which had been on the back burner and brought it to the front burner. And as a junior analyst at CBO, I had a chance to participate in some discussions then. One thing I learned was that reputable budget analysts were against dynamic scoring. So I ought to sign up. But the second thing I learned was that the arguments I heard at the time against dynamic scoring seemed to me to apply in many ways also to conventional scoring and to the baselines that CBO constructed. And Wendy and Jason both said things that I want to echo, put emphasis on here. Uncertainty, gaming, these are the difficulty of predicting what policy actors will do. These are the bread and butter of the estimation process. And it is difficult to do, but I think when we form views about dynamic analyses or dynamic scoring as distinct from conventional, we really need to separate the things that are particular to the dynamic part from the problems, the issues that arise across the board. Mark, I just want to say quickly, I can't respond to everybody, but just say, I understand Joel's hierarchy of responses, but the problem today is that the bottom level in that hierarchy, the changes in work and saving, just aren't counted at all in the conventional estimates. So bringing them, the idea of dynamic scoring would be to bring them onto the list, not to put them at the top particularly. But also I want to just close by thanking Susan Athey for her comments, because I do think an absolutely central question here is the extent to which certain things can be standardized, simplified in ways that can be applied more frequently on a shorter time frame. And I'll give just one example. If you change something about the economy, that will change the outcome for the federal budget. And you could turn that question loose to 200 analysts at CBO and have all of them do their pieces and add those things up very carefully. But if you don't have time or patience for that, you can also go to CBO's rules of thumb posted on the website, which will tell you roughly how changes in GDP or inflation or interest rates would flow through to the federal budget. CBO's now posted a spreadsheet, so you can actually put your own numbers in, I guess, and work that out. And so in some cases, at least, there are ways to build simplified approaches that pass some test of credibility, even if they're not as ideal as a full-blown, month-long, agency-wide process. And I think the question, which I don't know the answer to, is how much of that sort of standardization and simplification can be done in other areas to make dynamic analyses wherever they officially are reported or appear, more feasible for more issues. So I'll stop there. Thank you all very, very much.
Okay, thanks for a great session, the authors and discussants. Glenn, great to see you on full magnitude. So we'll come back at 4:10. I wonder if you We need Connor slides. I can't yell at people until the slides are up.
Is that the moderator's rule?
Yeah.
Also, I picked up some more water, so.
Oh. I needed like a glass with ice.
It's a nice paper.
The full drama, you know.
See,
Okay, if everybody could take their seats, we'll have the next session begin. Get the title. Okay, the next paper is The Economic Impacts of Clean Power by Kostas Arkalakis and Connor Walsh.
Great. Thanks so much for having us here and having us on the program. I think there's a widespread sense that we're living through a time of great technical change. And one area that's certainly true is in electricity markets. So this figure is showing that the share of renewable electricity, particularly from solar and wind, has been increasing rapidly in the US over the last decade, from a baseline of virtually nothing around the time of the financial crisis to about 14% now. This is different across regions, but most regions are participating in this. We've seen particularly fast growth in places like California and Texas, both of solar and wind. And when you look at where this is coming from, it's really coming from two places. One is that the flows into new generation on the grid are almost entirely renewables at this point. So the blue line up there is solar, wind, and batteries over the last sort of 10 years. They're increasing over time to the point now we're at sort of 3 gigawatts a month being added to the grid in renewables. Fossil fuels as a group are exiting the grid. That's the dark black line there. What's been happening there is coal has been exiting very rapidly. Gas was still being built in substantial amounts up until a few years ago, but now that has even started to drop off. And there's virtually nothing happening outside these technologies. So hydro and nuclear are staying around the same levels. This is not just a US phenomenon, so this is happening all around the world. It's part of a broad shift that's driven by significant cost falls in the price of these renewable technologies. So in particular, I'm showing here the all-in unsubsidized costs of building a new solar plant or building a new wind plant in a range of major industrial economies, both developing and developed. Solar in particular has been declining extremely fast, around 17% a year. This goes back a decade, but you can take it back 2 decades. You see a similar decline. Wind is slower, but it did start off a lower base, and now we're at the point that for a marginal megawatt of generation, saying nothing about storage, which I'll touch on in a second, wind and solar are by far the cheapest technologies for bulk energy supply in most places in the world. The pace of decline of solar actually is around the fastest declines that we've seen for any industrial good in the BEA investment price series. 17% is on the order of price declines for ICT. Now, what we do in this paper, we have 3 parts to the paper. One is what we're going to do is use capital cost projections into the near future to develop electricity price bounds that are going to hold at the local level. So we'll develop upper bounds on electricity prices at a very disaggregated spatial scale. And then we're going to feed these price bounds through a class of spatial general equilibrium models to try and estimate the impact on local wages of moving to a high renewable penetration grid. And then the last thing we'll do in the paper, which I won't really get to talk about today, is use a more long-term growth model to think about how renewables shift aggregate innovation resources, sort of lifting the resource curse that has been dogging productivity growth for some time. I'll say at the outset, what we do here is deliberately optimistic in that we're going to assume cost falls for renewables continue into the near future. We're trying with this paper to take a counterbalance to what has been a systematic underestimation of renewable growth for decades now. I think most analyses in the literature have assumed that price falls were a one-off and that they would stop soon, and they've just continued relentlessly year by year. So what we're going to do as a countermeasure is say, well, let's just suppose this continues for a decade or so more. Where are we going to end up? What we show in the paper is that costs for firm solar power, so solar backed up entirely by battery storage, is projected to fall quite significantly between now and 2040. So right now, if you want to back up solar completely with battery storage, it still remains quite expensive relative to natural gas. You can see that on the left-hand column there. The most of the all-in capital costs component of firm solar is the battery right now. But we project, and many others do as well, that these storage costs are going to start to fall quite significantly into the future. Why? Well, because they've been falling very rapidly in the past few decades. So storage, the price per kilowatt hour has fallen about 100 times in the last, or 100-fold in the last 30 years. And particularly with the expansion of EVs and building out grid-scale storage, this is likely to continue out into the future. So we're going to use some of these numbers to try and think about what the falls in renewable capital costs are going to imply for local wholesale generation costs across the US. So we use a pretty simple no arbitrage equation to think about the long-run implications of cheap renewables. If you think about the all-installed project cost as just the upfront capital cost of renewables backed by storage, anywhere that this is installed on the grid, spatially in the US, it needs its average revenues over time to cover the costs. So on the right, think about all-in firm storage costs, firm solar costs. And on the left, think about the discounted revenues that you would get from this on average over time. Now, the interesting thing about renewables and why they place such downward pressure on prices in wholesale markets is they have zero marginal costs, zero fuel costs. And what that means is when they tend to bid into auctions to generate electricity in wholesale markets, they almost always win these auctions because they can supply for very, very low marginal costs. So here we'll just represent them as having no fuel costs and essentially getting revenues, but where the potential electricity that you get out of a solar panel or a wind turbine will differ dramatically across space. So that'll be that theta term there. Just to give you a rule of thumb, a solar panel that you set up in Arizona will generate something like twice as much electricity as you would get out of a panel in Maine, and something like 3 times as much as you would get out in, say, Scotland. Now, this price no arbitrage equation isn't going to hold everywhere. In particular, there are places where you're just not going to be able to install significant amounts of solar and wind because land costs are particularly high. So say you're not going to be able to pave over Manhattan and supply Manhattan's electricity with solar just because there's no land available. But it does place an upper bound on what the prices need to be in places where you can develop the solar electricity. And so we're going to do this entirely for solar. You can do the same thing for wind. And what we do is use these estimates of both the potential, these thetas across space, so basically the average solar installation that you'll get in a year, and estimates of land costs at a very disaggregated spatial level to draw a map of the US and plot what these wholesale price bounds imply. And what you get is very, very low generation costs in the future at the local level. So in particular, we'd project something like $20 a megawatt hour for places like Arizona, Colorado, and parts of California by 2040. For reference, the average generation costs right now across the US are closer to $50, but that ranges upwards to $80 and $90 in New England and also in parts of California. So these are significant price falls from what we're seeing today. Note as well that you'll get a lesser impact in kind of the northeast of the US. Why is that? Well, it is because partly the solar insulation resources are nowhere near as strong in these places, but also the land costs are just much, much higher than you would have out in undeveloped areas of Arizona and New Mexico. So that's how we develop these price bounds for 2040. We also then feed them through a class of general equilibrium models. There's been a lot of research recently in thinking about the disaggregated impacts of price shocks in macroeconomic models. And so what we do is think about the US as being composed of heterogeneous sectors and heterogeneous locations and trace the first order impact of price falls in such a setting. Now, when you do this, it becomes quickly apparent that the places that are most exposed to falls in electricity prices tend to be rural places. Why is that? No surprise, their industry mixes are dominated by things that use electricity much more heavily than services. Services dominate the economies of particularly large cities like DC and New York, but the price exposure, at least in this class of models, is something like twice as high in rural areas as it is in denser urban areas. And so it's going to be the interaction, basically, of this exposure or this sufficient statistic that we derive in this class of equilibrium models interacted with the price bounds map that'll give you local wage estimate, local impacts for wages across space. So when we do this, we run this through the model and we develop estimates of impacts on wages across US counties for 3,000 US counties. The impact is very heterogeneous, like I said. The average wage growth that you would expect is about 2%. Why is that? Well, in most counties, like I mentioned, the total amount of exposure to electricity prices tends to be quite low, but there are several counties and larger areas, places like San Diego, Salt Lake City, and several cities in California, that see much higher estimated wage changes. And mostly that's because A, they have a lot of sunlight, but B, they have industry mixes that are more heavily exposed to electricity, like aluminum smelting, for example. The other thing we do in the paper is consider building out the transmission network to take advantage of this spatial heterogeneity and renewable potential. The idea being getting some of this very cheap electricity from Arizona and moving it to higher load areas where the local solar insolation resources aren't quite as high. What you get from doing that is actually substantial benefits. So we think about an exercise of full integration of the grid, building out transmission capacity to essentially eliminate spatial differences in prices. And that increases the wage growth by almost 1% on average across all these counties. So in the aggregate, if you assumed a stable labor share, that would be something like $250 billion each year in extra output. So that's something that you might think about if you were doing dynamic scoring of transmission line infrastructure. And then the last thing I want to say is thinking more about the longer term. So we focus very much on just the next 10 years when we think about the price impacts in general equilibrium of moving to high renewable penetrations. But there's something that you might think is also important, which is the longer term impacts on innovation. So there's been a range of studies in the literature that have talked about the growth slowdown that we've experienced since the 1970s. And in a number of Brookings papers, actually, Bill Nordhaus has pointed at least some of the finger at rising energy prices. So we experienced a series of energy price shocks in the 1970s. They never really went away, and significant amounts of innovation resources have been directed into energy efficiency in the last 50 years. So not just thinking about fuel standards for cars, but also energy efficiency standards for refrigerators, TVs, and the like. Now, once you move to a energy system that's dominated by renewables being accumulable capital that don't rely on extracted resources, you get to redirect some of these aggregate innovation resources towards general TFP growth. So we build off some of the estimates in the literature to think about what that could do to aggregate growth. And it's speculative, of course, because we know comparatively little about, or comparatively less about aggregate TFP innovation. But something suggests that you would get something like an extra 10% of GDP by 2050 by redeploying these aggregate innovation resources away from energy efficiency. So that's about all I've got time for, so I'll just leave it there and leave it to the discussants.
Thank you. The first discussant is Koichiro Ito.
Thank you so much for inviting me. So I'm going to put my energy environment economist hat to first emphasize why this paper is very important. So energy expansion is key to mitigating climate change, at least for 3 reasons. So first of all, already we are using a lot of electricity. And if you look at greenhouse gas emissions, in the US, about quarter of it comes from electricity sector. So it's a big sector. But also, we are having very potentially exciting and big changes in the society right now. So number 2 reason is the transportation sector, which is another big greenhouse gas emission sector, is going to electrify very soon. And that means electricity sector is going to basically become even bigger sector. Then another news you probably have seen is AI is poised to skyrocket electricity demand from data centers. So for many reasons, if we think about climate change, we have to think about how to move from coal power plants to renewable power plants. So this is a really important question, and they're looking at medium, long run as perspective. So that's great. So good news is, as Connor mentioned, we have very big change in the last maybe 20 years. So when I was a graduate student, I think I remember we heard wind is coming, so it's great, but solar is just so expensive, so forget about it. So that was like 2010, 2011. But now, mainly this is because of Chinese manufacturers, competition and research and development, we are having quite a steep decline in solar power cost. So this is great. So the question is, what is the future prospect of renewable energy and its implications for electricity prices, but also the economy as a whole? So this paper is addressing this question. So this is innovative, rigorous, and policy-relevant paper. And I think the main innovation comes from the equation Connor mentioned. So concept is very simple economics. So use a medium run equilibrium condition to think about marginal investment costs and use it to forecast future wholesale prices in the US. So I am in kind of IO energy environmental field. So what we usually do is to look at wholesale market, collect data, model farms, consumers. There's probably value to it, but that involves a lot of exercise data collection for entire markets. However, their method is very innovative, very simple, and they can actually look at the whole region. So this is really innovative, clever way to look at this problem. And the findings are so hopeful. Future is bright. So by 2040, power prices will fall anywhere between 20% and 80%. And this is not driven by subsidies or government policies. This is driven by markets, okay? So I was reading the paper and so happy if this is true. Dream world. So let's think about, is this too good to be true or futuristic scenario, okay? So maybe one thing helpful is to look at some other countries who are doing it probably a lot earlier than the US. So looking at the Chile example can be helpful. And I know it's always annoying that discussants bring their own papers to advertise, but this is what I'm doing. So I worked with Luis Gonzalez and Marek Wand, and we looked at Chile example. So essentially, Chile made a big investment in transmission line. And what you can see is before they had market integration, they already had some solar in Atacama Desert area. You can see like a blue area. Those are like low prices. And then once they integrate the market, there's like a renewable low prices spread out the nationwide. So in a sense, Chile is already getting renewable-based, cheaper wholesale electricity market prices. So in a sense, like what they're imagining is not futuristic or unrealistic. This is actually happening there. By the way, we also do a dynamic scoring exercise in this paper, comparing static and dynamic, so you will see the difference. One more thing I actually picked up from the website yesterday was that Chile system operator puts like what kind of electricity plants are under construction. And this is super interesting to me and to authors probably.
the yellow one, like 53%, you see is a solar. So in Chile, massive capacity of new plants are now entirely solar. But interesting one you can see is the gray, that is storage. And the pink is probably the most interesting to this paper. The pink, it says FV and BESS, that's solar plus storage together. So solar storage together coming in, that's what they're modeling. It's already happening, okay? So it's not the futuristic world, at least in Chile. And then I'm gonna come back to realistic United States world and talk about a few challenges possibly for discussion. So one thing to think about, I already talked to the authors, is that we are pretty confident that the wind and solar power costs are declining and probably keep declining for the future. But if you talk to the people in the industry, there's still controversy about the battery cost. So some people say battery cost is not going to go down much because it's more complicated chemical development and other things. But other people are more excited because, and particularly because of new EV demand. Tesla and other companies, they are trying to develop better and better batteries. So those R&D could make the price decline much more. We are not sure which is the case, okay? But basically the result they provided is heavily based on the affordable batteries, because otherwise you can't use solar all the time. So this is going to be the key feature to the conclusion of the paper. This one is not anything their fault, okay? This is the US government fault, if you think about. So there is an interesting issue called interconnection queue you might heard about. So the most crazy thing happening in the US is, so those solar and wind power plants, those investors coming in and they want to build, but they have to wait in this queue to get a study and approval. And the average wait time right now is 5 years. Okay, so if you come in, you can start operating in 2000, maybe 30. Okay, so this is a big issue, and the capacity waiting is now 2 times the whole U.S. existing power plant fleet. So this is a problem, and the FERC is trying to solve this problem. Each electricity markets are trying. I'm not sure if it's going to be solved in 5-10 years. But the thing is, this kind of regulatory constraint could add uncertainty and also delay to the investments. So how to think about in the model can be helpful to think about. So other thing I want to mention is in the US, at least currently, what people are wondering about is this curtailment problem. So maybe you haven't seen this, so I want to just describe it. The left-hand side figure is showing California, mostly solar, and the right-hand side is showing south region of the US, mostly wind. And this is the amount of electricity we are throwing away because those electricity cannot go anywhere because of limited transmission capacity. So the argument is if you have batteries, you can do intertemporal substitution, but is it enough, right? So is it enough to meet the demand locally, or do you really need to send it to somewhere to send all the production from solar and wind? That point is probably not super clear yet. So I hope we can solve this problem by 2040, but I want to just bring up this issue. Final point is, what they did was to focus on solar, which is totally great and interesting. But interesting feature of the US geographical variation in solar and wind is that it's almost like opposite. California has lots of solar, but Midwest has lots of wind. So if they run the same analysis for wind, which they can do, the macroeconomic impact implication can be very different. The regional winners and losers, industrial winners, losers. And if you do like wind and solar together, then we can see more winners from different types of industries. So I think adding the wind analysis might be actually really interesting. So I encourage authors to work on it, and then looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. And the second discussant is Neil Marucha.
Thanks to the organizers for having me here to discuss this very interesting paper. I have to include the usual disclaimer since I'm from the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, but there's no monetary policy here, so I don't think we should be in any issues. Okay, so this paper finds there's sort of two big quantitative conclusions that come out of this paper. First, the fall in battery and solar prices can drive a 20 to 80% reduction in wholesale electricity prices. So that's a pretty big change in the price of electricity. Those lower electricity prices raise wages by 2 to 3% nationwide, and there's a more sort of speculative part of the paper that argues that this may significantly raise the underlying TFP growth rate of the economy. I'm going to focus my comments mostly to argue that the electricity price declines are likely to be much more modest than what they find, and they can be more modest for different reasons. Maybe their assumptions about technology cost declines are too optimistic. I don't think that's the reason. I think that other models do have similar sharp declines in the cost of solar and batteries. But there is a big difference between the system cost of electricity and what they look at in the paper, which is related to the levelized cost of electricity. And so I'm going to try and go through what those differences are. And I'm also going to look at recent trends in electricity prices and also argue that the connection between technology costs and electricity prices may not be as strong as assumed in this paper. Okay, so there is a literature that's largely adjacent or outside of economics that tries to think about what current and future technology mean for electricity prices. So there's a literature in energy systems modeling that tries to look at that tries to run projections of future prices. And what I'm showing here is a projection from a multi-model study of energy systems projections. They're looking at both the retail and wholesale price of electricity and how that's likely to evolve through 2050. And there's a lot of heterogeneity across these models, but they generally find much more modest declines in the price of electricity. So between now and 2050, there's about a 1 or 2% decline in the retail price of electricity, and there's a larger, or about 20% decline in the wholesale price of electricity. So that's close to the 20 to 80% that that's at the higher end of the 20 to 80% that Costas and Connor find, but it's also they find that in 2050 instead of 2040. So the estimate in the paper is about a 40% decline nationwide in wholesale prices. What these energy systems models finds around 15%. So what is the source of that difference? So one possible difference could be that they have different underlying assumptions of how cheap capital will get over time. So the top part of this table is looking at the cost for the capital cost of natural gas, solar, and solar backed up by battery in 2023, 2040, and 2050. These numbers come from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, what they call the annual technology baseline, where they look out and they try to project forward solar and battery prices. And what you can see is that they're projecting pretty big declines. By 2040, a 50% decline in the capital cost of solar, similar declines for solar plus battery, and by 2050, close to 60% decline in these capital costs. So this is a little bit less optimistic than what you guys have, but it's in the same ballpark, and just over a longer period of time. So how do we translate capital cost into the price of electricity? Well, one way we can do that is what's called the levelized cost of electricity. The levelized cost of electricity is just given by these two equations at the bottom. And basically all these equations say is it's the break-even price of electricity. What is the price of electricity needed for a particular technology, be it solar, wind, natural gas? What is the price of electricity needed to cover the capital cost, cover its fixed cost, and cover whatever fuel costs? And taking into account that this is a technology that lasts over a significant period of time. So if you invert that equation, what you get is that the levelized cost of electricity for any particular generation I is its fuel cost multiplied by this theta I, which is or the inverse of theta I, which is a really crucial parameter, which is the capacity factor. How expensive capital is depends on how intensely it's used. Capital that's used very intensively is cheaper than capital that's used very seldomly. So these capacity factors are quite important in what comes out for the levelized cost of electricity. Anyways, when you do this calculation using these numbers from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, what you see is that natural gas and solar today have the same levelized cost. And solar plus battery is more expensive, but the levelized cost comes down significantly on the same order of magnitude as the decline in capital costs. So should we think that the technology cost assumptions are not, I think, what are driving the big decline in wholesale prices? What we have to think about with electricity is that electricity demand has to be satisfied at every point in the day. And so let's go through a couple of different examples that will illustrate the difference between the system cost and the levelized cost. So assume that you had this very strange looking demand where there's only demand at the middle of the day. So there's only electricity demand at the middle of the day. This is obviously a situation that is not realistic, but is very favorable to solar. So you can meet demand in one of two ways. Demand has to be met at every point in time. So at the bottom are hours of the day, and on the y-axis is demand at various points. You can meet demand either through just using solar or just using natural gas. Now, in this particular example, what is the system cost of electricity? Well, the system cost of electricity is just the levelized cost for solar, because solar is only being used 1/3 of the time, which is what we assumed in the levelized cost calculation. Natural gas is much more expensive because this is a very unfavorable situation for natural gas. You have to build up 3 megawatts of generation capacity, but it's only used 1/3 of the time. And so that makes that the levelized cost calculation assumed that it was used 2/3 of the time. So that lower capacity factor, that's the theta NG, is raising up the cost of just relying on natural gas. Now, this is one particular example that's very unfavorable to natural gas, but we can think about another example of where demand is constant all day long. This is, again, not a realistic example, but assume that you have a constant 1 megawatt of demand all day long. You have two ways of potentially meeting that demand. You could meet that demand just using natural gas, or you could use natural gas and solar. And in this particular case now, the system price of electricity, when you're using both solar and natural gas, is going to be a weighted average of the levelized cost. So again, it will be the case that as solar gets cheaper, it will pull down the system cost of electricity, but it'll do so by less because 2/3 of the generation is coming from natural gas. You can do the same exercise with just batteries. So you could have just batteries and solar. That means building up a lot more solar during the day and charging those batteries to serve you in the evening and overnight. And if you do that what you can see is that the levelized cost calculation looks quite different than the system cost calculation, because now those capacity factors are endogenous. And it has to be the case that whatever is being used to serve demand at different times, how intensely is that capital being used? In this particular example, natural gas is the cheapest in using 2023 capital prices, but then solar and natural gas are the cheaper options in 2040 and 2050, but solar plus storage is still more expensive, even though it becomes more competitive over time. And if we think about then what is the change in the wholesale price, it's relatively limited between 2023 and 2050. Solar has come down 50% in price, but the decline in the wholesale price of electricity is about 10%. Think about another more realistic scenario where you have a spike in demand in the evenings and you have very low demand in the middle of the night. You could meet the demand in various different ways. You could use just natural gas. You could use solar plus natural gas. You could use solar and batteries. You could also use solar, batteries, and natural gas. And each of these is going to have a different system cost of electricity. What you get is that natural gas is the cheapest option in 2023. By 2050, all of these options become quite close together. The cheapest option is some combination of solar, storage, and natural gas. But the point is, if you look at the lowest price in 2023 versus the lowest price in 2050, there's only about a 10 or 15% difference in price. So these capacity factors become very important when we think about the wholesale price of electricity and how that's likely to evolve. One other thing to keep in mind is that electricity prices, so at the top of this table, I'm showing electricity prices, various different measures, residential, industrial cost, PPI measures of electricity. Those have gone up in real terms over the last 15 or 20 years. So if we look back, electricity has gotten slightly more expensive across most measures over a 15 or 20-year time horizon. But this is a time in which the two most important cost inputs have gotten a lot cheaper. Fuel, in particular, has gotten considerably cheaper in real terms over this period. Natural gas prices are down 40 or 60%, depending on a 15 or 20-year horizon. And the cost of capital has come down significantly. Treasury rates are half what they were 15 or 20 years ago. And technological progress in equipment has reduced capital costs. That has not translated into a lower price of electricity. So there's other things clearly that are going on in electricity markets that I think are important to understand here. Anyone in California who looks at their electricity bill, you get a lot of solar in electricity, a lot of solar in California, a lot of solar electricity in California, but a very high bill. Okay, so what are my takeaways here? I think the solar and battery cost assumptions that they have in the paper are optimistic, but they're comparable. They're in the range of what other energy systems modeling uses. But the system-wide cost can differ markedly from levelized cost, and I think ensuring adequate dispatchable capacity remains a challenge, even with renewables and batteries. The examples that I was giving you earlier are examples that are very favorable to using batteries because every day is like the previous day and there's no seasonal variation. You don't have to worry about the weather. So that's a situation that's very favorable to using batteries. And this issue of the system-wide cost, I think, is true irrespective of whether there's a zero emissions target or not. This is not a last-mile problem with getting to zero emissions. This would be true under natural gas as well. So I think there's likely to be a wholesale price reduction because of solar and batteries, but probably in the more modest 10 to 20% range. So I'm over time. I'm just going to end there. I have a couple of comments on the macro side, but I'll leave that for the written discussion.
Thank you. Let's start with Steve Davis.
Thanks. Appreciated that, and especially the skeptical notes and the discussants' comments. Having just moved from Illinois to California not too long ago, the electricity costs and prices at the retail level in California are jolting, to say the least, despite all the solar power. I wanted to add, it seems to me, one more reason to think that the effective cost reductions achieved are likely to be less than the idealized ones that I think are emphasized in the paper, and that is the pricing of retail, the retail pricing of electricity, which is often politicized and, for technical terms, screwed up. So, so there's another thing I learned in California. So we bought a hybrid vehicle in California because that's also favored. But you get the lowest, despite all the push to solar in California, you get the lowest pricing on your retail, at least in my residential area, after midnight at night, when of course nobody's generating solar power. So that's just an example, but I think the larger point I want to put on the table is that retail pricing of electricity in California, for sure, but sometimes elsewhere, has been highly politicized in ways that don't lead to an efficient use, an efficient draw on the system-wide resources over the day, over the week, and so on. So that seems to me to be another factor, like the interconnection issue, that is likely to inhibit our ability to achieve some of these potential cost reductions.
Carolyn Hawksby.
I was hoping that either the authors or one of the discussants could comment more on the divergence between wholesale prices and retail price increases that we have seen recently, because people only respond to what they see, the retail price increases. So just a few further comments on that would be helpful.
Wozniak?
Thanks. I guess I have a plea and then also a suggestion. And so the plea is kind of for the next paper, either that you write, Connor, or that folks in this area write, which is to start thinking a lot harder about the welfare impacts at kind of this community level. And the reason this came to mind is if you zoom out from what you were saying, you're telling us we have a technology. It's going to lower prices across the board in the economy. Everyone's going to win. This sounds wonderful, and economists are going to be on board with that. It's just like the technology that we are still arguing about right now today as to whether we should have higher or lower tariffs. And I think that economists lost a lot of credibility for kind of failing to quickly recognize how the use of that technology would be received. And it would be nice to somehow learn from that and factor that in, I think, sooner. I guess the suggestion is this feels very achievable to me in this particular context. If you are citing a big solar project, there are going to be public hearings that are recorded. There will be text. There will be community outreach by your local utility commission that will be recorded. We now have big data analysis that makes it easier for us to ingest this. I know that what I'm talking about sounds a bit like sociology, but I actually think economists could start using those as inputs to think a lot harder and faster about those overall welfare impacts. And I guess I'll just kind of finish by saying Neil didn't get to talk about why he thought the welfare gains might be understated. I think a concern I have is that they might be a bit overstated, particularly if you get this rapid change. It might be good in all kinds of dimensions, but rapid change in itself does not seem to be welfare enhancing for a lot of folks. So again, just kind of trying to fold all of those in, get to that kind of bottom line a bit sooner that I know folks are going to experience one way or another.
Steinson?
Yeah, I wanted to actually emphasize a way in which I think the authors are underestimating the benefits of this change. Many people are discussing ways in which they may be overestimating the change. But one thing that the authors are leaving out of their analysis, as far as I understand it, is electrification. And so when the authors come to the conclusion that these changes are going to bring an increase in wages of 2 to 3%, that's based on a cost share of electricity today, but if we electrify, heating, house heating, transport, and other things are also going to become electricity, and the cost share of electricity is going to go up a lot. So I think that actually might be like a factor of 2 or 3 in terms of underestimating the benefits of these changes that they're talking about. Now, on the other hand, of course, that also puts a lot more strain on this interconnection queue, and do we have enough land, and are we really going to get to the steady state that they're emphasizing by 2040? But I think the potential gains from this are maybe three times larger than they emphasize.
Susan?
Yeah, so thanks for the great paper and the discussant comments. I think the time of day stuff particularly seems very important in the overall applications. A lot of the conferences that I've been going to have focused a lot more on the demand side around AI and other types of cases. I guess it might be, you were kind of doing this, but sometimes focusing on the price seems a little strange given all of the demand effects that we're also seeing happening. And so I think thinking about a supply curve in different scenarios for electrification and also increased demand in some people's futuristic visions, there's going to be lots and lots of demand for AI and burning electricity, and so in some sense we're going to be just limited by the cost. So thinking about the demand curve and the supply curve separately, because they each have their own considerations. Certainly the AI people seem very concerned not just about the cost, but also the transmission. In my previous government role, that's something I also saw. If we think about policies out there, just low-hanging fruit, where we've allowed ourselves to be satisfied with an institutional scenario where the people making decisions about transmission generally benefit from high prices, whether they are government entities or private entities, and we have not decided to make decisions about transmission in the interest of consumers or economic growth. That seems like low-hanging fruit. Like if you think you could get that boost to GDP that way, there's just like a low-hanging policy thing here of just like actually build the freaking transmission and stop letting people block it based on market power. So obviously that's easier said than done, but that's, that we're in a room full of people who are can-do, fix-it people. This is a place to say it. But more broadly, really thinking about all the scenarios for demand and the general equilibrium, it's going to probably lead to higher prices than what you said, but also lots of other shifts.
Christy Romer.
I just wanted to raise a question about sort of the long-term outlook on solar prices, which is one of the things you mentioned was it's coming very much from technological innovation in China. I feel a disconnect because I feel a lot of our government is telling us we need to stop the China sending us cheap solar panels, which at one level sounds completely insane, and on the other level, their argument is it's a predatory pricing kind of thing. So I guess the question is, how does all that political economy around trade policy impact your possible results?
Adele Morris and then Wendy Edelberg.
Yeah, thanks. Super interesting discussion. A couple thoughts. One is, you mentioned that these projections aren't subject to the subsidy programs, but they may be subject to other public policies, whether it's subsidies for electrification or state and local policies like RGGI and AB 32 in California. There might be renewable mandates and targets at the state level that could be playing a role, and I wouldn't gloss over the role of public policy there. I think you make the case in the paper that the land is available for the solar deployment, but it's not going to be free, and there can be impacts on land markets. And so if you're, going to do a more fulsome welfare analysis, you're going to want to look at what's happening to land prices. And finally, you didn't even really talk about air quality benefits, which is like one of the biggest boons to society from the deployment of renewables. And if you're looking for TFP, I would be looking at the literature on air quality and criteria air pollutants and so on, and those can be local and big.
The endogenous effect of the increase in demand, I think, is really, the projected increase in demand, I think, is really interesting. Even just 2 years ago, working with economists who are experts in this and in this area and climate scientists and such, they were quite worried about how the transition would be impeded by slow demand growth. And that was going to make it really hard to create the investments, to do the investment, to do the capital infrastructure projects that we were going to need. And now that seems to be completely upended. And so I'm wondering how these projections of now much faster demand growth are going to affect the calculations.
Henry Aaron?
A genuine question. The queue that you described of 5 years and twice the current capacity sounds quite incredible. What is the source of that? What would it cost to reduce it? And an impish question, how would you dynamically score investments to reduce that queue?
Okay. Did I miss anybody? Good. Okay, we'll go back to the author.
Great. Well, thanks so much for all those comments. They were really great. Maybe I'll just address a couple of them. Maybe I want to respond to Neil, particularly on whether you can infer the impact of renewables on prices just looking from the aggregate time series. I don't think that's really possible. I mean, we know at the nodal level, you push down wholesale prices, the more renewables penetrate the grid. I think we know what's going on in the aggregate. The divergence between retail prices and wholesale prices you outlined has really been an artifact of what some people have brought up, that demand growth was just flat for the last 20 years. Utilities weren't expecting that, and so they overinvested in distribution infrastructure and then tried to pass those costs on to the customers. Whether that's going to be true in the future with demand growth speeding up again, I think is an open question. I don't know the answer to, but I think just looking at the aggregate time series, it's hard to say something about that. And then, whether we're overestimating or underestimating the benefits of the change, I think just to at your point of system costs, I think you're right. But what those energy system models miss a little bit is an equilibrium condition, that most of the generation markets in the US are now decentralized, both spatially and separating distribution and generation. And what that means is if you have dispatchable solar that's completely backed up by storage for a merchant plant, which can choose when to dispatch its solar at any time in the day, if prices are above their levelized cost of energy, or what we outline, which is something very similar, then that induces entry. So I can't say that exactly what's going to happen to quantities when that happens, but I can point out that that's not going to be an equilibrium outcome. And then, I think just on Christy Romer's point, the long-term outlook, whether this is predatory pricing or not, I think there's something to that. So the Chinese solar manufacturers are definitely producing below cost right now, but this was pointed out in the Obama administration that they were predatory pricing then, and there's been almost a 90% fall in costs since then, and expansion. They've expanded capacity 100 times since then. So I think we'll see.
I guess responding to the question that Caroline asked about retail versus wholesale. So my understanding is that in California, for example, all the wildfire mitigation that's being done is being folded into the retail price. And that wildfire mitigation is very, very expensive. And I mean, conceptually, it could be a separate line item on the budget, but it's just being folded into this. So some of what Connor's talking about, the divergence between retail and wholesale prices, has to do with other aspects of climate change, right? Like hardening the infrastructure for climate change. But that table that I showed at the end was also commercial prices, also industry prices. So it wasn't just retail prices that haven't really budged or have drifted up, despite the huge decline in natural gas prices and the cost of capital generally. So, electricity markets are complicated, and so there's many different things that might be going on. There was one paper that I'm aware of that notes that regulated rates of return, the interest rate that they use on that, has not moved down in lockstep with the Treasury rate, and so utilities commissions haven't revised their rates of return to market rates, so that might be an element at work.
John asked me to comment on the interconnection queue. Yeah, so this is definitely a big problem. I mean, the 5 years that we talked about is slowing things down significantly. In our analysis, though, we're trying to do a steady state analysis. And what the delay in the interconnection queue does in the steady state analysis is just shift the revenues forward 5 years. So at a very simplistic level, it doesn't affect our numbers that much. I think the real problem, though, is it's not about shifting the revenues forward 5 years. It's significantly increasing the risks that you'll ever actually get out of the interconnection queue. And we see a lot of people failing and just falling out of the interconnection queue instead of waiting the 5 years. It's something our framework is not really good at handling. I think what we're just hoping is the case is that by 2040 or by 2050, this is a transitional issue and we'll make it there.
Maybe I can add some points. So the interconnection queue, if you're interested, I'm happy to talk 30 minutes. So when I talked to Paul Jasko, he described as this is basically a system somebody created 20, 30 years ago when we didn't have any renewables. So usually like 1 or 2 coal, natural gas power plant come up, or let's assess it. But now the problem is 200, 500 renewables, they want to come in. So they have a capacity issue. And then other issue is, to economists, it's interesting, but people are now doing a speculative entry because it's going to take a while. So let's bring 5 projects, and maybe 1 project can get through, then everybody does it. So it's a problem, and a lot of discussion in the FARC and electricity markets to solve it. I'm happy to talk more. I think the retail price issue is really important, to Caroline's point. It's probably very difficult for them to accommodate, unfortunately. So the wholesale price is very clearly determined. It's a market-based. So what they do is, for the first order, correct. But there is a kind of deviation between wholesale price and retail price. And that depends on residential versus industrial, and then state-level regulation, rate cases, especially California is always have a disastrous rate cases and bring up subsidy money and those like fixed costs from 10 years ago, put it in. So I think you seriously want to do it, you could do it, but kind of that would probably destroy their simplicity. So maybe that sounds like next paper they can do, but really important because I think they take the wholesale price almost as a retail price, right, to think about the impact. And that's, in a sense, misleading. So I think that's important. Finally, Christina's point about the China, I think that's even more important for storage, I think. Now U.S. government is thinking about very different policies about batteries from China versus batteries from the U.S. There's a lot of politics going on, and that would affect the future cost of batteries.
So one more point about this retail versus wholesale. I think I'm right when I say that large industrial users don't pay retail, they pay close to wholesale. So we shouldn't be thinking about retail as the whole market. Like the big factories in the world are paying wholesale. So that is actually a price that matters a lot.
One thing to add on John's point about electrification and perhaps the wage gains will be higher. Electrification also poses a big challenge for renewables because right now the peak demand for electricity is summertime when everybody turns on the air conditioning. But if everybody has heat pumps and electric cars, peak demand actually shifts to wintertime when solar is actually producing the least. And so if you have to have a bunch of natural gas power plants that are just hanging around for that winter peak demand, those are very expensive to maintain.
I would say yes on that, but on Koichiro's point, wind is actually producing most in the winter, so there's a nice offset there.
Okay, great. Thank you guys very much. Terrific discussion. That brings us to the end of the day. So for those who registered for dinner and cocktails start at 6 o'clock at the DuPont Circle Hotel, just up on the other side of DuPont Circle, and then at the hotel where we're staying. And dinner is scheduled to start at 6:30. And tomorrow morning, breakfast is at 8 o'clock and the program begins at 8:30. Great. So thanks to the authors and discussants today.
So they accepted a nice job where the price is kind of weak one night.